Hello, and welcome to the Beaker Show. Hope everybody is having a wonderful day. We are here today to kick off session 75, 74. I don't know, look at the title. But anyways, coming off of a big session last week, had quite a few things going on, a big boss fight, and some interesting turn of events with some of our party members. So we are going to be picking up today with the aftermath of that, with the reintroduction of a character that took a little break that has been up to who knows what. I guess maybe we'll find out. So sit back, relax, enjoy the show. Let's get our recap started. All right, so bringing everybody back in for this session. So last week we picked up at the beginning of a day. You guys had done some adventuring, found yourselves on a little plateau where you were taking a break. This little cavernous side of a chunk of rock and earth that was protruding out of the desert here. And you were making plans to attract the attention of one gigantic colossal beast called Degmadu, with the intent of trying to slay it in order to prevent it from continuing on to the town of Zayasnok and potentially gobbling it up. You guys took some time to discuss some plans, come up with some action items, get some breakfast, maybe even lunch, and kind of set the stage for this assault. So as you did so, with a interesting solution that Zan had accidentally come upon in the fight previous, you blew some force damage into the ground, creating sound waves and ripples that you knew this creature would be able to sense and identify, luring it over to your location. You guys watched as the giant toothy maw of Degmadu began to open into this almost vacuous void in the desert in front of you, realizing this creature was extremely large and had quite a bit of reach with his tentacles. You guys started to do battle with it. Most of you took to the air or took to using ranged abilities in the beginning. A couple of you went up and fought close and personal. There was a myriad of spells cast to try and disable Degmadu or some of his abilities, some of them to no avail, some of them had some impacts that you may or may not have seen or noticed. There was quite a bit of literal in and out as your characters were grappled and swallowed repeatedly, finding ways to force themselves out of Degmadu's belly by doing enough damage and getting thrown up just to be eaten again within just a turn or two. There were some ups, there were some downs. I don't remember if anybody was knocked out. Maybe Bink, but no deaths at least. But there was certainly some good cohesion and some good in-session strategy once you guys realized some of his abilities. You also managed to avoid a few things that you would have noticed had you been on the ground, but since the majority of you were in the air or were not connected with the ground, you managed to avoid some of the tremors and things that he was able to do with the earth, and instead just dealt with an onslaught and a frenzy of tentacles slashing and whipping at you guys, and teeth grinding against your body as you were pulled into his stomach. You eventually were victorious. However, in another aspect, something interesting happened. Towards the end of the battle, when things were looking up, things were looking to be on your side, many of you had exhausted reactions, had used much of your abilities. Most of the party, or half of the party, was in the belly of Degmadu, but Degmadu was on the verge of collapsing. You healed him accidentally with some lightning damage. And seeing this as an opportunity where the party was very very intent on finishing the fight before them, Callie grasped the handle of Tyr's floating rapier, summoned a power that she had been given almost accidentally, definitely randomly by the party, to utilize one of her 3 wishes. Using Tyr's rapier as a tuning fork, stepped through a portal into Tyr's throne room and disappeared from the party's view. In the aftermath of the battle, you guys realized this had happened and began trying to put 2 and 2 together to figure out what had happened, what had gone on, what did Callie do, what did this mean. Came to some conclusions, had some interesting back and forth as to whether to go after her or not, but before this could be decided, Tyr's rapier returned with an interesting letter from Callie talking about making decisions and whether this was the right decision or not. It seemed like she was still teetering with that decision as Zan stepped off and made a interesting connection with Tiamat. Maybe a threat, maybe a promise. I guess we'll see. Believing Tiamat to be involved with Callie's decision in some way, maybe causing her to do some things, or at least in part, maybe not directly Tiamat, but certainly something in the back of your mind made you think that this wasn't all on her. Maybe something was planted there. But as you made your way back to the party, you sent a message to Lalia, who was unable to communicate with you during that time, during that sending. However, just a few moments later, you saw a cloud heading towards your party, and as it descended and as it transformed into a being, you watched as your friend and companion, who had been out for a while, the centaur paladin of your group, Lalia, reappeared before you, uttering a message asking where her goblin was. A message you had heard before from somebody else, so it was interesting. From a player perspective, almost comical. But that's where we left you guys, in the middle of deciding what to do, being reintroduced to this character that had been gone for a while, probably leaving you all with a bunch of questions and uncertainty as to where to go next. That is where we're going to pick up today's session. So, as you are all gathered here, Zan is just slightly separated from the group as he was headed back. He's presented with Lalia in front of him with this message. I'll turn it over to you guys. And all of you now see Lalia has appeared and have heard her statement to the group. What would you like to do?
We don't know where this goblin is that you speak of, Lalia. But we are chasing down another goblin that Gostier lost.
There's someone out here just stealing goblins?
Apparently so. We did rescue quite a few goblins a few days back.
Was Jennifer with them?
I don't remember.
Ugh. Useless.
Yep, that's me, the useless one. Can't even keep track of someone I'm supposed to keep track of.
Looks over. Is Bink visible?
Oh yeah.
Bink's right there. Don't worry. Everybody's accounted for. Except for my goblin, and apparently Gostier's goblin. Gostier, how'd you misplace your goblin?
Honestly, I went to sleep and I woke up and he was pretty much gone.
Oh.
I'm pretty sure mine was mind controlled, though. It certainly happened before. Will it happen to yours? Who are you looking for?
She was yanked through a portal. It just showed up behind her while we were talking and she disappeared.
How'd you know exactly where to find us?
How did I know exactly where to find them?
You knew where they were heading, and you made some good perception checks.
I'm very good at tracking.
Oh,
Yeah, you know, we always just defer to Aiden for that because he's just a little bit better than me, but I can find you. Also, you guys left a big trail of stuff. Did you know there's a mountain back there cursing your names?
did we know that?
Oh yeah, you sped past him as he threw elementals at you.
Oh, okay. Oh yeah, I'd forgotten about that.
I hope you all steered clear of that weird oozy place, though, with all the trees and the fruit.
Oh, you mean the oasis?
Yeah. Never trust a place like that in the middle of the desert.
I take it you didn't drink the water there.
I didn't even stop.
Well, we're gonna have to go back there. But, for now.
After pressing on to the village.
Yeah. I mean, we're going there first, and then I don't know. We can probably drop the boat, or at least give it to the refugees, since we killed their big god.
Wait, you killed the... Hold on, back up. What's happening?
Aiden just sort of points his sword over the cliff where there is a gigantic dead orb just sitting in the fucking ground.
I see. That's, the refugees? Or is that... what?
No, that's the god thing that they were trying to sacrifice themselves for.
They do know that's not a god, right?
Well, they will now that we killed it. From what I hear, gods can't be killed well.
Yeah, no, it's usually pretty difficult.
Evidence?
Something tells me if we try to explain this to them, they're gonna go into denial.
Yeah.
Right now, I don't have patience to be dealing with denial.
Me
We could
either.
always just try it if you think you want to let him out.
Bink, where are you? What? Wait, they're not. What did you do with the refugees?
I look back at my spell. That's slapping.
Oh, we lost that a little bit.
I said, as I point to my Bing's mansion.
Yeah, basically he locked him inside.
Did they like commit a crime or something?
No, but we were afraid that they'd get him.
Oh, well, that makes
Usually
sense.
Yes,
they
so we
found
kept him inside.
Originally, when we found them, they willingly paralyzed themselves as a sacrifice.
Huh.
Yes, to that, as he points back at the gigantic worm.
All right. Well, you've certainly been busy then. I've heard of such zealots, but have not regularly encountered them in my own life.
What? I mean, there's a first time for everything, I guess.
Clearly. Except for when it comes to goblin snatching, then there's apparently a second time for everything. So, but Xantadar, what was your message about with this? You lost somebody?
the Scaly Eyes gave me a trainee, and this trainee took my sword and ran off, or teleported to Tyr's throne room.
That's probably not a good thing.
Probably not.
Wait, is this the creepy girl you were messaging me about?
Yep.
Hmm. Are there goblins in Tyr's throne room right now?
Well, I don't know. I mean,
You mean you didn't go after her?
unlikely. No, it was like 15 minutes ago.
What? That's a
Yeah.
big head start in a place like that.
Well, I can't catch up to her. I need a day's rest before I can even try.
Oh dear, that's not good.
But it took like the 3 of us or 4 of us to even open up that big robot thing. So, and that's only one person.
Oh, so then we should be fine. She's probably dying to the robot right now. We'll just have to pick up her corpse.
Yeah. Have I failed the Scaly Eyes before, DM?
That's up to you. It would be hard to as a trainee, but you certainly could have.
I'm just repercussions if I take back a dead body and I was told to keep them safe.
Would you like to see if you know? Make a history check.
Woohoo! Got it out now.
Hey. Yep.
I would say, based on that, the only thing you really know is that dead bodies have been brought back before, and there's definitely a modicum of, like, expected death for certain missions. You're not sure if the mother worm was expecting death on this mission. So you're not... As far as, like, repercussions or the things that happened, you can't recall any because you don't remember witnessing any. It seems like...
In which case I've not failed on a mission before.
Yeah, so it would go to assume that if you do fail, any sort of punishment is probably performed privately and not talked about, based on what you can remember right now.
And, you know, as long as we're certain there's absolutely no way she could get in there, then we might as well leave her be and go do everything else, unless... Aiden, how do you feel about this?
That's easy to know about this. Asking that question.
Your jaw looks a little tense there. You're gonna break a tooth.
You actually wants his jaw understood this there. You know, I'm not exactly much for leaving people behind, especially when they on the looks of it feel as though they're in over their head a little bit. I don't know how much of our friend, I guess I would hope to say our friend, was true about what they said or who they said they were. But I guess in the time that we did bond together, there were moments when she seemed as though she wanted more out of this world, more out of this life that she had, despite her unique perspectives and opinions. Part of me thinks that she does deserve to. He's like rubbing his like face and his beard. He's like, how the fuck do I even word this? Just got launched out of a worm like 5 different times.
Right.
In less than 30 seconds.
He still got saliva in his hair.
Yeah.
Yeah, and blood. It's just like. I refuse to let her walk down a path that she may not have fully gone down willingly.
You're saying someone's controlling her.
And Aiden will pull out the note that she left with Teardray Pierre. Based on the way she wrote this, the confliction, I don't believe she truly knows what good she is actually doing, or if she is simply It was interesting because the last time she had spoken to us before this, she seemed curious about the perspective of good and evil and what dictates such a thing. And obviously that is much more gray area than any of us might think. In the end, it truly matters what you believe is right or good, and I don't know. This is all coming from the mind of a soldier who's used to making much harder decisions than anyone would prefer to do so. I can only hope that what I did tell her was enough for her to question what her perspective of good actually is. There's hesitation in the way she wrote this, so I don't think she's fully lost to us yet, and I don't wish for her to be completely lost if we can help her.
It is interesting. You say she was curious about good and evil, and how to know which is which.
Indeed.
And we are thinking that she has gone here to acquire the rune stone for who exactly?
The first thought, perhaps Tiamat.
Ugh.
Perhaps another thought, I truly would not be able to tell you. You simply don't have all
She
the
wasn't
answers
very
to
open
the question.
about it.
No, I can't imagine she would want to be.
There were only a few moments where she really opened up. But those were few and far between.
Well, if her handwriting speaks to anything, it seems that maybe in those moments you were able to get through to her. We can hope that's enough for the time now. And as we've established, she's there, but she can do nothing about the golem. So we're fine, right? She just wait till we're free?
Last time we were there, we had to open it with several different elemental magic.
Yes, I remember. It was a pain in the butt.
She's twice with her bare hands and uses necrotic element.
Walking around with someone who uses necrotic stuff?
Well, when it's effective, you know, who cares what element type it is?
Hmm.
That to say, I've never seen her use any other element besides necrotic.
I don't even think that was one of the ones that we could use on that thing. I think I tried Toll the Dead and it didn't do anything.
Although,
Wait, if she just hits with her fists, how did she manage to get to tears? I thought only you could do that. You're pretty high spellcaster.
well, and I'll reach into my pocket. We came across these and a lot of deck of cards. Do you know what these are?
Deck.
I do believe I've seen playing cards before. I don't know that specific set. No.
These are magical. You pull a card and an effect happens. Good or bad.
Those sound like terrible odds.
Yeah.
Not for her.
You have each pull at least one card.
Are you kidding me? You pulled more than one card?
Dude, I pulled that two. Wait, did I pull two or three? I forgot.
Did anything bad happen?
Three.
I pulled three.
And you're still standing here? How is that possible? Nothing bad has happened yet?
What's the most that? Yeah, I mean, mostly good stuff has happened. Why?
Bank your shoulder burns a little bit.
Wait. I was just gonna say that. Oh yeah, that's right. A devil's after devil angel. I don't know. They're like in between. They're after me.
A devil angel is after you.
Until I'm dead. Yeah, they won't stop until I'm dead.
And you're still carrying these cards around.
I mean, I might pull another one to make sure. I don't know. I might just pull another one, maybe.
No, you're not going to pull another one.
Why?
We're in the middle of something.
That's a silly reason not to pull.
You also remember, Bink, that we're in the middle of a magically interfering desert. Try to use a magical.
If anything magical bad happens, it will reduce the damage.
Or make it completely worse. Like you going however many feet into the fucking ground.
Wait, what happened?
Like, you made. Bink tried to teleport. Desert didn't like that. He got sent a couple 100 feet into the ground. Yes, this desert is very. This desert is very not magical friendly.
I see.
You guys just hear Gostier in the background. He's like, huh, these guys need a chaperone.
You're one to talk.
What?
Nothing.
Keep talking around fucking goblin.
Hey, now, we do not judge people for not being able to keep track of their goblins.
Gostier kind of just looks at you, Aiden. He's like, if you think you can handle them, you're welcome.
Maybe we should pick up a leash once we get back to Woodlands.
Put a leash on Droopy. I'll pay to see that.
Alright, well, it certainly sounds like we have got more catching up to do, but I think most importantly, what is our plan now? Are we continuing towards your city, Xantadar, for the mission you came out here for? Are we turning to go to Tears to meet up with... what's her face?
Well, think Gostier said we're only about an hour's drive away from Zeros.
Well, that's like a 15-minute flight.
I mean, if we can compartmentalize the Cali situation, because we can't do anything about it until tomorrow morning anyway. Maybe we make a decision then.
Sounds fine to me.
I just wish we had a way to contact her.
You didn't give her a stone.
I mean, the thing only came with 4 stones. Whose stone are we gonna give away?
Don't know. I'm just.
To be fair, we could have given us something to work with. We're at NetEase in Helion before we came out here to begin with. But hindsight is always 2020.
Oh my goodness. No, wait, I think I used that. Just kidding. I was like, I have a scroll of plane shift. I don't. I used it. My bad.
Just has that sitting in your bag.
Yeah, I'm looking to see if I have anything that casts Sending, because I thought it might be on the Paladin spell list, but it is not. At least not on mine.
Hmm.
But, Gostier, didn't you say we were going to Zeros for your goblin as well? Or it was the lead, right?
Well, yeah. Sounded like he'd been taken through Zetasnok. Not sure where they went after that yet, but
I honestly feel bad for anyone who took Jennifer and Droopy and put them together.
eh. I'm sure they've got their hands full.
Yeah. That makes me a little nervous, because you put them together and they're pretty lethal.
Yeah, I never really got the chance to meet Jennifer. I'm not really sure who or what she is, but if she's anything like Droopy, that they gotta be pretty powerful if they're holding them back.
Didn't you watch her when I dropped her off at your door and was like, here is Jennifer, please watch her?
I think I remember that conversation.
Oh dear.
Look, I was on vacation, all right. That means I was probably drunk.
I am regretting many of my own choices at this point.
I mean, Taylor's the responsible adult.
Yeah, where is Taylor, by the way?
Oh, he doesn't do good with desert. And we've got a couple hundred goblins to take care of back in town, so he's working with them.
Yeah, fair enough.
I mean, on the bright side, you have a replacement goblin, right?
Who, me?
Yeah. In case we don't find yours.
It'd be pretty tough to replace Droopy.
A replacement goblin.
I mean, he's about the only one that can take me down.
I don't know. Y'all are talking about goblins like pets. And I just figure if you replace a dog, you can replace a goblin. Not that I've ever really owned a goblin before.
And it doesn't sound like you've owned a dog either. Have you talked to many dog owners? They don't tend to like to replace one with a new one. Not saying they're the same thing, but...
Is that true, Nathan?
Ask the human.
He's got a dog.
Oh, he does have a dog. He does have a dog.
I do have it. Hey, it's a little weird why he's on the stand for this one.
Right.
Now, okay. Typically, when an owner forms a bond with their pet, whether it be a dog, cat, or goblin, more often than not, that bond will become something similar to family. And that is not the bond that can be easily broken or replaced. So, depending on it still depends on the owner. Not everyone simply gets a dog for having a companion. But more often than not, it's not going to be easy for an owner to simply decide that they want a new pet.
Yeah, and I don't know about you, Zan, but I don't really think of Droopy as a pet. He's more of a found brother.
Oh, okay.
Albeit a dumb one, but a brother.
Which one's the smart one?
Oh, that'd be Taylor. He's got this fancy headband that makes him real good about thinking about stuff.
True story.
What happens if you take it off?
Well, he's still pretty smart, but he forgets to do the dishes if you take it off.
Oh, you definitely want to keep that on there.
Where did you find this? I'm thinking we might need a couple.
Where did I find that? Might have been in the mansion with the big mummy guy.
Question for you, DM.
Yeah.
How often can I change my Dragon Box spells, DM?
It'd be the same as preparing spells, so after a long rest.
Okay.
Yeah, it was either in the mansion with the mummy guy, or it might have been in the caves with all those undead things. I'm not real sure.
Nettie would probably have.
That's a good point. I need to talk to her at some point anyway. So are we going to continue to Zeus Knock now? Or are we going to rest?
Anything else to do?
At least not today.
Fair enough. Well, I can't fly us there today because I flew myself here. But perhaps Aiden can drive us on this ship thing. I don't like a lot of movement, okay? We need to keep it very stable. I get car sick.
Gostier looks over at you and he's like, yeah, me too. It's actually probably better that Aiden drives, because that creepy chick was driving before, and well, I'll be damned if we didn't go everywhere but where we should have gone.
I'm starting to think that's a metaphor for the last few weeks with you guys.
Yeah, and pretty much if she saw a bump, she hit it. It was rough.
Well, that sounds horrible.
That's alright. Aiden cleaned up my puke because he lost a fight.
Fair enough. What were you saying, Aiden?
I mean clean up. I mean doing absolutely nothing because your vomit is acid.
You can't be upset about that. It's pretty handy when you need it.
I'm saying I didn't clean up anything. There was nothing to clean up. Can't clean up rotting wood.
Well, lucky you, I guess.
Are we sure this ship is safe?
Probably not. I think there's a few holes in it.
It's still structurally sound. It's just taking a beating.
You look over at the ship and you definitely see a few planks falling off.
Oh dear.
Now, if we want to make good time, I suggest you all start loading up before we run out of daylight.
Well, are we gonna let the refugees see the big worm thing, or?
Do you really want to open that can of worms? Right now?
Probably not.
Seems like a hard lesson to learn, you know. So abruptly as that. Maybe we break it to them gently. Hey, by the way, your
I doubt they'll
god's
listen.
dead.
I doubt they'll listen to us, regardless of whether we show them here or break it to them gently. They very much seem like the zealous sort to not believe such what they would probably consider heresy.
To say it's not, we could always pick up some barbecue sauce and send them on their way to the oasis.
I don't know that sending anybody to that oasis is a good idea.
It's fine.
I don't think it is. There's Ansdar. It looked
Trust
creepy.
me, it's fine.
And I don't know that you understand the meaning of the word trust me.
Alright, all aboard.
Alright.
You might want to do the door thing.
You got it. As they drop it.
Okay. So you guys watch as Bink's magical doorway on the ship disappears, and in its stead, you see about 20 civilians appear scattered amongst the deck of this ship.
Oh boy.
They all seem to be a little groggy, but they start looking around. What's going on? What? Where are we now?
We're about to leave.
Hey, look at this! And you see one of
No.
them starts walking
No.
towards the edge of the
No,
cliff.
No. No.
What the hell is that? Is that? Hey guys, they killed the giant worm. Look at it. And you see
That one was a different one.
the kind of older gentleman that had been, talking with Zan before, kind of looks over and says, "You blasphemous bastards! That's Degmadu! Degmadu. You killed Degmadu?"
I didn't. I wasn't here.
Didn't be killed. Isn't Degmadu a god?
What?
I thought gods couldn't be killed.
Well, not yet. He didn't eat all of us. Yeah, he needed more food.
Why did he need more food to become a god? I don't think that works.
You see,
That's how it works.
you see a couple of them are kind of like chatting in the back, and one of the older gentlemen kind of steps up on the ship and says, "There's only one thing that can be done now. We don't have the power to kill these blasphemous sinners, so we must resurrect him ourselves." And he starts running towards Degmadu.
Oh, absolutely not.
"Hurry, friends! Throw our bodies into his mouth so we may give him sustenance."
Knock yourself out.
And you watch as all 20 of them just start sprinting towards Degmadu.
I can't use the spell. I'll literally kill all of them. Ah, damn it.
Right.
I'll literally kill all of them if I use this spell. I have a spell that will blind all of them to kill them at the same time.
You watch as they all start clambering down the hill and start
Well,
climbing up the side of Degmadu.
Are we just going to leave them to let themselves be consumed?
I thought the thing was killed.
Yes, but that thing certainly still has stomach acid. That doesn't just go away.
What
I'll
do you
take raids, you can
suppose
put
we
me on
do?
them.
I mean, I bit one of them and they pretty much died from it.
But everybody to make a perception check for me.
Ooh. I'm new to this. I don't even know what I'm supposed to be looking for.
Okay. So Lalia and Bink, you're a little not sure what's going on with all these people just running towards this dead body. Zan and Aiden, you pick up on some things. You did disarm a lot of these people. A few of them were disrobed even to begin with, but there are a couple of them that had their clothing or small pouches or packs on them still. And you see this older gentleman, the one that initiated the call, pulls out, like standing on the lip of Degmadu, pulls out a spell scroll.
Oh no.
And you see him start chanting.
Okay. Give me one moment, DM. This just turned from mercy to justice. Okay, can you pull out 100? Oh, okay.
I'm gonna command him to drop the spell scroll. Just say drop.
Okay. What's the DC in the save?
Wisdom saving throw 21.
He will fail. So you watch as he just suddenly stops chanting and you see the scrolls fall to the ground.
Get the scroll!
Bink just starts sprinting towards
What is happening? What are we doing?
Bink, as you make your way over there and you kind of pick up the scroll, you see nobody else really understood what was going on. All the other people are just kind of clambering around, just kind of looking, trying to figure out what they can do. But as you pick up this spell scroll, you see that it is a spell scroll of Revivify.
Oh.
I immediately just shove it in my bag of holding.
It's about that point the old man gets over his command and he kind of looks at you, Bink. He's like, no, don't take that from me.
Why?
I need it to help our God.
He isn't a god.
Please give it back. I've sacrificed everything in my life for this being. I need this.
No.
I beg of you, please.
No. And I flick him on the head.
You flick him on the head, and you watch Bink as he pulls out a little shiv,
Oh no.
God.
and he stabs you in the stomach for 4 points of piercing damage.
Oh no. Bink doesn't have very much health right now.
Give it back!
And I just like karate chop him unconscious.
You want to deal non-lethal damage? Yeah, roll to hit.
Non-lethal damage.
Roll to hit.
Shit, that's well, not my fist. I don't think that'd be enough. That's really short non-lethal kill. That's 22 to hit.
Okay. His AC is like 10, so you take the flat side of your blade and just slap him across the head, and you watch as he just crumples unconscious.
And then I just say again, no.
Oh.
And then I just start walking away.
The rest of the civilians at this point are just kind of clambering and looking around like, what do we do? How do we...
First tie him up because he wants to revive the freaking thing in the ground.
Well, we all do. Yeah, we all do. We all want him back.
Oh
I
my
want to
word.
help you all out right now.
You see one, like, dwarf gentleman kind of just now clambering up the side. He says, oh, don't worry, friends. All we have to do to revive Degmadu is feed ourselves to him. And he jumps into the pit.
No, he's dead. He's dead. That's not how it works.
You watch as this dwarf just falls into Degmadu's stomach.
He just did that for nothing.
He's fine.
Yeah, please don't do that.
Bink, make a perception check for me. Okay. As you're standing there and you just kind of watch this dwarf fall into the abyss, a couple seconds go by and you hear some sizzling. and then you feel the lip of Degmadu under your feet just barely twitch.
Ooh.
Fuck this.
And you see the other, 20 some odd civilians like, yeah, that's all we got. Everybody, into the belly.
Vanish. Oh, Dig Body.
No, please don't.
You watch as they all...
Did you hear Connor?
No, what'd Connor say?
Banishment on the body of dead Martin.
Yeah.
Can you actually do that?
Let me look that up real quick. I believe you can.
It's like on a dead body.
Okay, so... Alright, so go ahead and mark off the spell. As you cast Banishment, you watch as all of these civilians that were getting ready to jump into the belly of this beast, they all crouch and they go to take off, and you cast Banishment and you watch as the body of Degmadu just begins to dematerialize, and where his body once was, you can now see this cavernous pit.
Oh no.
As all of them just start plummeting, including Bink.
Oh no.
I got Peter to get
Yep.
maybe like 2 others in each area.
Okay. So Bink jumps on Peter, and Peter grabs 2 of these civilians. The other 18 are just plummeting.
Okay, bye.
I got nothing. I can't say rest. Even if I cast Featherfall, they're just gonna put it to their use after they can use it still. I don't know how far still.
Right.
I'll be miles.
To cast like, plus I would have to like cast like a level 8 Featherfall and possibly get all of them.
Right.
Yep. Well, play stupid games, win stupid prizes.
Well, about a minute goes by, and you guys hear nothing. You don't hear the sound of bodies hitting the ground. You gather they're probably still falling. But as that minute elapses, you watch as Degmadu's body reappears, filling the area. But you have 2 civilians with you, Bink. And they both kind of look around at you.
I just make Peter just toss them on the ground and get up. And then I start tying one of them up and have Peter hold the other one down.
Okay. You see they're kind of struggling, like, no, he's back. What'd you do to our god?
I killed him!
Ah, you'll regret this.
Finish up my tie on one of them and I go to the other to tie them up.
You got it. So you now have 2 civilian captives.
Is Degmadu squirming around at all?
You can make a perception check.
Would like to as well.
Sure.
Possible. Oh, Jesus.
Okay. So taking a look at the body, you do see just these faint little blue streaks, almost like veins that are just kind of ever so slightly moving. Doesn't look like it's enough for it to regain consciousness, but
Say, what is this thing anyway? If it's not a
It says
god.
unconscious to you.
mm-hmm.
Cool. Okay. Yeah, it's had enough. Not enough of this horror playing the third of a line between life and death. He just goes down there and he just is gonna. His body's back where it was now, right?
Yep.
Cool. He's just gonna launch a sunburst into his mouth.
Okay. And you do so, and you watch as this blinding light emits from the center of this creature, and you just smell scorched earth and flesh. What was Lolly asking? You said something?
Well, yeah, not to sound like a conspiracy theorist or whatever, but like, sometimes things look dead and they didn't actually die. Are we sure that this thing is killable?
And then you watch this sunburst just go. Oh god.
What would you do to make sure it's dead?
I don't know. Come back in 2 days and see if it's still here.
Cut it up into tiny pieces?
Sure. Although, even then, I don't know. And it also might just be able to stitch itself back together, which would be very creepy.
You're the expert on the desert, Rostier. What do you know?
I know the lore about this thing says it's, immortal and it rebirths itself every 1,000 years or whatever. So I don't know that you could actually kill this thing without some extremely powerful magic. But yeah, I mean, if it takes 1,000 years for this thing to come back, well, that's somebody else's problem. I'm not going to be around that long. Aiden, being as close as you needed to hear to do the sunburst, you hear this little tiny noise at your feet. It just sounds like a little screech.
God. So it's still alive right now.
I'm not sure. Do you look down?
I guess.
At your feet, just kind of on the edge, you see kind of making its way out of the body of Degmadu. You see this little tiny worm. It's maybe 4 or 5 inches, and it's about an inch or 2 thick. It looks like a miniature version of Degmadu.
I'm stabbing.
He doubles down on that stat.
Okay.
What are they doing?
As you go to stab it, you see this little, almost invisible, but because you hit it, this little ball of force around the body that deflects your blade.
How goddamn why is it a ball of force?
What was that?
Oh god.
I'm gonna make another swing at it.
Okay. As your blade once again connects with this sphere of aura around the creature, it harmlessly bounces off.
You can't.
I'm gonna stomp on it as he says that.
Okay. You twist your ankle a little bit as your foot bounces off this sphere of invulnerability.
Can't be dispelled by dispel magic. That disintegrate spell destroys the walls.
That's if this thing is that's if this is a wall of force.
Yeah.
I doubt it. I doubt it's a wall of force.
What's wrong? What's going on down there?
Maybe put it in a container.
Ain't you be level dispel magic?
No.
Okay.
Sure.
Bink, as you
Cut it off.
as you focus, expend the spell slot for me, on this dispel magic, you feel your magic enveloping this aura, this wall, this bubble around the creature, but it has no effect.
Okay, I got nothing.
Watch as the little worm just starts to slowly make its way down the side of Degmadu's dead body.
Can I like put it inside my? Oh, can I put it inside my bag?
Sure.
That's the exact same thing I was thinking about.
Good job. Just make sure all your magical items
Did
are
we add
there.
like squirt and like kind of like a caterpillar like makes its way towards something? It's like I just like open my bag in the direction it's making its way and it just like goes inside itself.
Sure. So you open up your bag of holding, and you send this newly birthed spawn of Degmadu to a pocket dimension in the astral plane.
Think. You don't by chance have any magical items in there, do you?
I immediately dump my bag out. As he says that, I immediately dump my bag out.
Okay. You turn your bag inside out. Everything inside of it spills out on the ground beneath you, including the worm, who just keeps inching towards the desert.
Whatever happened to that one bag that ate stuff?
He's like, and he's like it's not right.
Pretty sure that was Valeria's bag. Pretty sure she took that with her.
Oh, I'm pretty sure it's my bag.
Someone has it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Alright.
Yeah, somebody inherited it.
Yeah, I inherited it.
Oh, wait.
Where did I inherit it from? Oh yeah, back.
Okay. So you take the worm and you put it inside your bag of devouring?
Yeah.
Okay. So you pick up this newly spawned worm and you send it into the belly of another astral being. And I guess that's a story for another campaign.
Not our problem.
Anything back inside my Rankin bag of holding and put my bag of devouring to the side on my trash bag department side of my belt.
Yep.
I literally use it as a trash bag and as an interdimensional trash bag.
He's probably dead for sure now.
Hopefully,
This-
maybe the bubble might not protect from that.
Did the two prisoners see what you did?
I'll face them the other way, tied up. Hopefully, at least.
It's the same, we only saved 2 people from
Better than all of them dying, I guess.
Not really a stellar day for us. Maybe it's good Calliope's not here to, have this as an example of what's the difference between good and evil. But again, they dug their own graves, kind of literally. So,
Yeah.
far be it from me to waste energy on people who are hell-bent on bad decisions.
Great. On to the city then.
Sounds good. I call I'll shotgun.
Alright. So you guys getting in the ship and heading towards Zayasnok?
Mhm.
Alright. Well, as you guys saddle up, get your things together, begin to depart into the sands towards Zanzibar's city of Zayasnok. We're going to take a pee break. We'll pick up with your arrival. Because I'm bouncing. everybody back in here. You guys have saddled up and began the journey back or towards the town of Zayasnok. So, a few things as you are traveling. It's going to take you a better part of the day, just a couple of hours to actually get there. You would have started, early afternoon, having finished the fight and had these conversations. You'll get there later in the afternoon, not quite evening. But one thing you notice as you are traveling across the sands is that there's a change in the air. A subtle change, but something is definitely different. Almost as though something has been released or turned off. It's just very slight. If there's any conversations or anything you would like to do on your travel towards the city, you're welcome to go over those, or we'll just go there. Cool. So as you guys make your way, you eventually begin to see what appears to be a rocky outcropping, almost like a large ring of stone, just kind of dotted and spotted with buildings. As you get closer and closer to it, you begin to see the outlines of a city. It's not a huge city. It's not as big as some of the cities you've been in, but it's a decent size. You see varying buildings, nothing too large, as it probably doesn't have much of a base, but it seems to sit a little low in the desert. As you guys are on a ridge that kind of approaches down into it, you can see it is ringed with what you would almost consider mountains, but it's more of just rocky crags and walls of stone surround this city. And in the middle, in the center, you can see not an oasis, but definitely a source of water. It almost looks like a lake here in the middle of this desert, and around that lake you can see where local cultivation has kind of formed. You can see small plots of farmland and things of that nature. Even you can make out from this distance some docks and some small, like, fishing boats. It's not a huge lake, but it looks like it's large enough to easily sustain the city that's built around it. Zan, you know this very well. You know that is the reason this city is here, because that spring of water comes from somewhere deep underneath. You're not 100% sure what maintains it, what fills it, or why it's there, but you know that it provides for your city and it provides for a lot of the desert around here. There's not many places like this out here, especially none this large, that are able to sustain agriculture and provide basic farming needs. So it's known as the town of Zayasnok, but it's also called the desert's miracle, because there's no other city like this. There's no other truly livable, hospitable place this large in the desert. But as you approach, it's a very welcoming sight to you. There's a couple passages through the rocks that lead to the city. All of them take you to just kind of these larger houses, which are or these larger buildings or establishments that are set up as kind of trading posts, because there's plenty of goods that come in and just as many goods that go out as your city provides for a lot of the smaller areas around the desert. And you can pick and choose any of these. They're all about the same. There's no major difference. The city is nearly circular, and just about everything is mirrored. The outer ring is kind of more of the trading areas, shipping, receiving, things of that nature. Once you get a little bit closer, you kind of have like the domicile, the living type areas. You see homes and small businesses, restaurants, inns, things of that nature. And then towards the middle, you have kind of the farming area. Again, smaller homes with a little more land. But again, it's not even quite as big as the circle of Neverwinter. This entire city would fit inside of Neverwinter. It's quaint. It's big for what's out here, but it's not massive. But as you approach one of these receiving areas with your ship, you can see that there are areas where you can dock ships of your nature, and you see other ships around that have been docked and are in the process of either loading or unloading. Excuse me. As you get closer, you see a couple dock hands begin to kind of wave you into an open space. And as your ship kind of settles and you find yourself here, you see a member of what you can only assume is the town guard. They are dressed in a kind of tannish helmet that has a long flowing white I forget what they're called, but almost like a hood that kind of goes around the neck. Yes, I think that'd be it. Into these flowing kind of matching leather armor and robes that kind of come out at the bottom to cover their legs. All of this to help with the desert heat, but also provide a modicum of defense. You see one of them with a scimitar at his side, and a shield on his back, approach your group. He says, "Hello, visitors. You don't look familiar. What brings you to Zayas Knock?"
We're currently looking for 2 missing goblins, and I've also visited. It's been a while since I've been here. Looking for Ben, or no, Aaron.
Yes, Aaron, yes, well, I could certainly fetch him for you. Are you an acquaintance?
You could say that.
Alright, well, we're not ones to turn away visitors, especially in times of need. Bear with me just a few moments here, I'll go and fetch him for you. What is your name? I might provide it to him. Alright, I'll be back. You see he begins to walk away from your group, kind of just leaving you there. You can see there's a few other guards that are at least keeping an eye on you, making sure you're not up to no good, but a few minutes go by and you guys watch as the guard returns, and you see walking just slightly behind him, kind of in a book. Looks like they're taking notes. Looks like they have brought whatever they were working on with them. You see a dark feathered individual. This being would be known to you guys as a Kinku. And as he approaches, you see he takes his beaked head and kind of looks up, makes eye contact with Zan, kind of cocks his head to his side. Zanzador?
Yep, that's me. Long time no see, pal.
Long time no see, pal.
You're just as I remembered you.
I remembered you.
So, have you made it any higher in the ranks since I last left?
Higher in the ranks. And he shakes his head.
Oh, that's a bummer. Or shakes his head, yes or no?
Yes. I guess it's more of a nod then. So he gives you a yes.
Oh, awesome. Have you seen any goblins pass through here? friends and I are looking for 2 different goblins, and since you're, I don't know, what would it be, like, at a police force or close to?
Taking a look, you can see that he bears some symbolage that you'd be familiar with, and Aiden, you would pick up on this too. He seems to be a captain of the guard. So it's pretty high. He's not the highest, but he's got some pull. He kind of looks at you, Zan. Goblins come through. He kind of shakes a no, like he doesn't. He's not sure. You see a moment goes by and his eyes kind of divert and it looks like he's thinking for a moment. And then he looks back at you, Zan, and he kind of cocks his head. You see he's trying to remember something. And then, in a voice, not his own, not a voice you've heard, in town, you hear a statement come out of him in the same vocal pitch and the same tonal chord as Lord Cryo. And he says, "I need passage for me and my cargo."
Yes, that's exactly who we're looking for. Very shady person.
Very shady.
It's good to know that you're keeping an eye on things. Keeping an eye on him specifically.
Just kind of nods yes.
We'll need some rooms for the night. I think my friends and I would like to go shopping, but would you let my father know that we're here?
Rooms for night, father? And then you hear Zan. The rest of you don't recognize this voice, but Zan, you recognize it as your father's voice. He says, "If Zan comes, tell him to come to me immediately." Father!
Oh. Well, then I guess that derails my plans. Could you lead me there? It's been a while since I've been here.
Lead you there. And he kind of like waves his wing at you to follow. As you do, he kind of pats you on the back, and you can see a look of affirmation. He looks very pleased to see you.
Yes, it's good to see you too.
Good to see you. As you guys traverse through the streets, you make your way not too far. It's only a couple-minute walk into kind of the middle ring of the city, and he leads you to a house. It's a decent-sized house. It looks to be about 2 stories. Fairly... It's not the largest house here, but it's not the smallest. It looks homely. It looks comfortable. And he knocks on the door and looks at you, Zan, and says, "Father!"
Before you go, there's one other person I'm looking for, and I don't know if this person is within this town or not. But the last I saw, it looked like he was in the desert somewhere. Would be an elderly, yellowish pale dragonborn. Maybe homeless.
Dragonborn homeless. And he just kind of like waves his wings around you. Just kind of in a motion of like, there's a few.
so no one who stood out with an air of divinity.
Divinity? He kind of questions. He kind of seems to think about it for a moment and then kind of shakes his head like he's not sure what you're talking about.
Alright. Thanks for the information and for leading me back here. It's appreciated. Although you should probably get back to your work.
Back to work! He kind of gives you like a little side hug as he makes his way back towards the docks. About a moment goes by and you all watch as the door to Zanzidar's home opens. And you see before you a much older, larger, blue dragonborn. Opens the door. And you can see he's got a look on his face that suggests he hasn't slept in a while. Looks kind of haggard, looks a little rugged, looks tired. But as he lays eyes on you all, you see a little bit of a smile come back, and his eyes kind of lighten a bit. And he looks at you, Zan. He says, "Ah, Zanzidar. Oh, it's a miracle. It's so wonderful to see you. How are you, my boy?"
Hello, Father. And Zan will bow.
He returns the bow.
I've been alright. I did end up joining the Scaly Eyes.
Oh, that's wonderful news.
On the way here, I lost my charge.
Well, that's quite unfortunate. We all have learning curves, and we all make mistakes. I'm sure you can recover them in time.
Perhaps. What's troubling you? You seem rather tired.
Well, there's quite a lot going on, but I guess introductions should happen first, then we can get down to it. Who are these fine folks you've brought with you?
The centaur, that's Lolly. She's, stern. And then, this is Aiden, points to the human. He's actually from, well, Waterdeep. A soldier, really good one at that. And then this little one right here is Pink. And he's kinda odd, but really fun. All of you, this is my father, Zhao.
It's a pleasure, and what of the other dragonborn you brought with you?
Oh, yeah, I completely forgot.
No.
That's Gostier. Don't know much about him, but we picked him up in the desert. He's looking for a goblin. That being said, Malia is also looking for a goblin.
Well, sounds like you've certainly got your hands full for you then. Welcome in. Friends of Zan are welcome here. Do you trust them, Zanzidar?
The four of them, yes. I trust Gostier about as far as I can throw him, but we have one fight under our belts so far.
Well, that's interesting, Zanzidar. You believe you can throw that gentleman?
No. Just saying, as far as I can throw.
Well, come in. What's been going on is, well, it's quite privy. You could almost call it family matters, but the authorities have been involved, so I think it's safe to talk about it. But yes, please join us. He just kind of begins to usher you all into the house.
Are there steps into this house?
Nope.
Fantastic.
as you all begin to crowd in, you can see the living room. It's fairly open. It's a nice receiving area, and you can see that just off to the side there is like a dining, like kitchen area. And within this area, you can see two other individuals are standing. So let me set the scene a little bit for you, Zan, so that you guys can have an understanding. Generally, the home of Zanzibar is very well put together. You can see that everything generally is placed very meticulously. You gather a lot of the things, especially in this receiving area, the dining area, and what you imagine is probably his father's office, seems to be kind of his dad's space. And you can see where things have been placed intentionally. There seems to be a flow to it. You can very easily passively gather that Zan's father is a meticulous kind of man. Definitely pays attention and has a routine even. And Zan, you pick up on this very quickly. The rest of you, it doesn't piece together quite as well because you're not familiar with the area. Everything is not where it should be, Zan. Everything is awry. Things are in places they shouldn't be. Things that you would imagine your father would use daily have looked like they've been misused or are in a state of disuse. His office is cluttered, and in the dining area you can see your brothers are leaning over the table that is full of papers and letters, and you see weapons have been placed on the table, half-eaten food, cold coffee. It just looks a mess, and you're not sure why. But the two of you, or everybody else I should say, you see two individuals standing over the kitchen table. One of them looks a little bit older than Zan, younger than Dad, but is a white dragonborn. And the other is kind of a gray and brown feathered Aarakocra. And they both kind of look up as you all enter, and they look to Zan. And the dragonborn, the white dragonborn, kind of casually walks over to Zan and says, "Oh, brother! These are desperate times, but it's good to see you." So he puts his arm out to you, and you all see that his arm is like rippling with muscle.
Ooh.
Yes, it's good to see you too. I will reciprocate the embrace.
You guys watch as Zan and his brother kind of clasp forearms. And Zan, you were prepared for this, but the rest of you think it's a little odd as Zan's brother grips his forearm and just pulls him into like a chest bump. And Zan, you're kind of knocked off your feet a little bit as he just kind of gives you a nod. You know this as your formal greeting with your older brother.
Still just a little bit stronger than I am.
I gotta keep it that way.
Yeah, you wouldn't want me encroaching on your space. I will surpass you though.
Yeah, we'll see about that. You see, he kind of looks over his shoulder towards the Aarakocra. He says, "Rico, get over here." "All right, Ed." The Aarakocra Rico steps up next to Zan. He's like, "Yeah, nice to see you, bro."
Good to see you too.
"Yeah. Well, yeah, ooh. Well, I'm glad you're here."
Yeah. I have wings now, just like you.
"Great. Another thing somebody else can do as well as me. Awesome." He walks away.
He's a little baby.
You don't say.
Where's Mom?
As you ask that, Zan, your father kind of clears his throat. Well, I guess we get down to it then, huh? Zan, there's some things you need to know.
Okay.
I suppose I should start with the good things. And then we'll move on to why things are the way they are today. So, good news. You're going to be a big brother.
Oh. That's exciting.
Doc says you got a little sister on the way.
So, are they at the hospital then?
Well, that's the bad news. I don't know. I don't know if you're gonna have a little sister, honestly. See, a couple weeks ago, some fellers came through town and, well, your mom was helping out with the dig up north, and I told her to come back home. You know, she really shouldn't be working when you're pregnant like that, but she wouldn't have it. And word is the mine's been taken over and all the miners were sent home. All the archaeologists were replaced and told to return to their home or find work somewhere else. But instead of your mother knocking on the front door, there was some old gray-haired gentleman in a white suit gave me this letter. I don't know what it means. Hopefully you can figure out. It's got your name on it. And he picks the letter up off the table and hands it to you, Zan.
Take it. Open it.
You open it up. It hasn't been opened. At least, not that you can tell. And if it had been, it had been resealed very well. Inside, you see kind of painted haphazardly. It's not great, but you can tell what it is. The symbol of Tiamat. And underneath, you just see that it's signed Cryovane.
That's all it says.
That's all it says. Dad kind of looks at you and says, "Yeah, I don't know what it means, but we haven't seen your mother in a couple weeks, and I tried to go to the dig site, but I can't. It's being guarded by a bunch of these creepy fellers, and nobody will tell me what's going on. Do you know what this means?"
Maybe. This cryo has been hunting us for a little while. There's an artifact which he's looking for. We have one of the pieces. He has dig site, he's probably looking for the another piece. This guy is both dragon and lich at the same time, and serves Tiamat. Hence the symbol on this card. Not only does he want these pieces of this artifact, Tiamat also wants a thing called a runestone. Basically, he rewrites a decision in history at the cost of erasing somebody you know from time. Not sure what they want it for, but whatever it is, it can be good.
Well, I guess I'd have to agree with that, but why would he want your mother?
Because at one point in time, I had a belief that
Well, I guess this is more serious than I thought. Look, Zan, I'm not going to pretend to know what you've been through or know how you think or feel these days. I have certainly gotten my updates from Mother Worm, so I understand a bit of your journeys. But I'm at a loss here. I'd like to get your mother back.
I would too. But if he's going to threaten us like this, he's too dangerous to be left alive, so I'm going to kill him.
This would do.
Well, that's your choice. Not a decision I can make for you, and it's not one I'll stand in the way of either, given the way things seem to be. And what about the rest of you? Is he taking someone from you?
Yeah, you know, he took my goblin and Gostier's goblin.
Yep.
They're different goblins, but he took both of them.
In my village.
He took your whole village.
And I didn't even know there are other people.
Right, but we got that back, Bink. He hasn't taken anything more recently, has he?
Well, I mean, he asked what he took. He didn't take it, but then he took it back.
I thought he asked if any loved ones had been taken recently.
Oh, then the answer's no. No, even that isn't there.
Seems this man's got something cooking then, Zan. He's got your mother, he's got your friends, goblins. He looks at you, Aiden. Is he taking someone you care about?
His actions orchestrate the deaths of many that I care for, but he has no one currently in his possession.
Well, I guess count your blessings then. Well, I guess that's more information than we've had in weeks, and that's a lot to process. We got to think about what we're going to do. There's not much I can help with. I'm not much of a fighter anymore. Your brothers might be able to go with you, but I'm at a loss. But you folks seem to know what's going on here, so I guess I'll leave it to you. How can we help you all?
Who went to the mines? You had to have scouted them out by now, right?
Well, I mean, we've been going to the mines for years. It's nowhere special to us, but when your mother didn't come back, I went. Your brothers didn't get back, and they've had their own missions and things to do. They just made it here a few days ago, so I'm the only one that's been out there so far to see what's going on. Like I said, I wasn't allowed in.
You said you were people or things guarding it?
Yeah.
We in this book and over Fellow's guide.
He skims through it a little bit, but kind of looks back and he says, it's more of a feeling than a appearance, They look like elves and dwarves and humans, but there's just something off about them, Their eyes, they're blank. The way they move and the way they talk it's not natural. But I don't know what they are. I only know what they look like, and they look normal. But they showed up with this cryo whoever. Apparently they work with or for him. Because word has it he's the one that procured the mine somehow.
Have you seen him since?
No, not at all.
Hey, your strategist, what do you think we should do?
It's safe to assume one of the plans Cryo has here somehow involve that mine. Question is, how do we get into that mine without drawing too much attention? What did I think about it? With all the legends we've heard of an underground Worgen city beneath the sands of this desert, is it possible that mine be entrance? I doubt they would simply take this mine just for its minerals or its resources. There's always something larger at play.
Just here. Say this mine were an entrance through the underground caverns.
Right.
Say they were only guarding this entrance. Could you lead us to another one?
Well, the only other entrance I know of that had ever been discovered so far was to the east, and it's another couple weeks to get there.
We don't have that kind of time.
I can only imagine that, at least to my knowledge, the only places where these mines happen are where enough sand or enough rubble is moved that people have been able to dig into the top floors of some of the larger buildings that stood back in the day. So I imagine if you made it into the top of one of these buildings, you could work your way down into the streets of Old Ravnica, and who knows where you go from there. You've got the whole vastness of this desert to explore down there, in buildings and streets, and it's endless almost.
It's a long shot, but the worm we killed, he's massive. And we didn't hear the refugees hit the bottom of that cavern when they actually jumped in.
You suggesting we try and get rid of that body and jump?
Yeah. I don't know what the odds would be, but
I'm not sure about that. I mean, assuming that that hole goes straight down to the old city of Ravnica, I can survive a pretty big fall, but that fall would be miles.
what if we didn't fall? What if we flew? I mean, we'd have to. We'd have to fly extremely fast, probably.
So, you want to remove the dead body of Dormammu, give us all the ability to fly and plummet straight towards, for all we know, the center of the earth in complete darkness, and pray we don't splat at the bottom.
Said it was a long shot.
I mean, it sounds fun, but
I was gonna say the same thing. That's pretty fun to me.
I forgot what it was like traveling with you.
yeah,
And it would get us in unseen.
that's
Well, yeah,
true.
because we'll be dead.
Well, let's think about this. Let's say we do make it down there and we find ourselves in the ruin of this city. How are we gonna find Cryo and his friends. We're gonna be miles away from their entrance. And we don't know which way they went from their entrance, and I mean, I highly doubt the city is, untouched and able to be easily traversed. I'm sure there's plenty of buildings that have collapsed and things that have been sealed in. We'd be digging for days just to try and make a line to get underneath where the entrance here is. I'm not saying it's impossible, just a task, something to put in our heads.
If we're talking about this scenario, they have to keep the hostages alive to get to them for Levy.
Do they? Are they? Zan, hearing you talk about this ruin stone, the way you mentioned it, I don't know how many people Droopy knows. What happens if they get this stone and they make him use it? I might be gone. Well, what about your mother? How many people does she care about? How many times would it take her using it for you to be gone?
Right, but they don't know its location unless Callie was truly on their side. So
What happens if she was?
multiple. And if she was, we're kind of screwed. I mean, tomorrow morning we could go to where it is and retrieve it, and then I guess we could use that as like a bargaining chip to bring him to us.
That's assuming that it's still there. Did Callie have ways of communicating with other people, not just us? Who's to say she hasn't just phoned in a friend and said, hey, I know where it is here.
I don't know. I mean, she has a message, but that's only a little ways away. Same length. I don't think I've seen her use it. I don't know what the best plan is. It seems like one way we go into a firefight, the other way is just a roundabout if scenario.
As you're sitting and conversing here for a while, you all hear a knock on the door. Your dad walks over and kind of opens it, and you see standing outside is an elf figure. They look distant, like they're not really paying too much attention, but as your father opens the door, they lift up a hand and hold out a letter. Your grabs it, kind of looks back at the rest of you. Says, well, I think that's another letter for Zan.
Where do you think you're going? And I will rush out the door to try to collect the elf.
Okay. As you rush towards him, Zan, you see the elf makes eye contact with you, and you see their eyes dissolve into just black pits, and their body disapparates in a burst of black smoke. And they're no longer there.
Son of a bitch. Throw detect magic, see if anything else was in the vicinity besides him disapparating.
Nope, nothing else really pings your radar of notice.
Let me see that.
He hands you the letter. It has your name on it. This time it says, Zan and friends.
What?
Anything else?
Are you opening it?
Yeah.
Yep. As you open it, you see just a small letter. It says, thank you for killing Degmadu. You have opened the vaults of the city for me. I'm so glad I released him and let you take care of it. I appreciate you doing all the hard work. The second piece will be mine before your head hits the pillow tonight. See you in hell. Signed, Cryo.
Punching the letter. His fingertips, the light was light. The letter was open. Fine.
Well, I certainly hope you remember what it said, because now we're not going to be able to check our references.
He said, see you in hell.
That was it?
And that he had the artifact before we go to bed. Because technically he's dead.
Oh, shit. You want to go wake up Degmadu?
We can't. Then Warren wants to battle.
Oh, that's right.
Oh crap, that's right.
Ips.
I mean, I could try to turn you upside down, see if it comes out.
About what time is it?
It's definitely like probably 4 or 5 o'clock in the afternoon now.
Yeah, I can't remember what time the shops close here.
A lot of them are open 24 hours. There's shipments that come in at all hours of the day. So it's a pretty round-the-clock place.
I need to go find something that can least try to contact people in other dimensions or scry on others. Is there any place in town where I would find them?
Well, you could probably go visit old Niwa. She does a lot of that scrying stuff. Usually you can pay her to see the people working in the mines. We use her a lot if there's ever a cave-in or something like that to try and figure out where people are. I imagine she might have a way to talk to them.
Which direction?
She's on the outer ring. He kind of steps outside and points you up to one of the market areas.
Spread my wings, launch myself off the porch.
Cool. And you would remember Zan. You know who Miwa is. She's kind of like the village fortune teller. Also known as like the village seer. You've probably been there with your dad before to, see other places in the world. It's kind of a amusement almost. Something some people do in the pastime just to see what the rest of the world looks like, but you gather she might be able to handle what you're asking for in this area. But yeah, you guys watch as Zan launches himself into the sky and heads that way. I'll pick up with you in just a second. So the rest of you guys in Zan's house, Zan's father kind of looks around at you and says, well, I guess he had something to get done. Look, you all have got a lot going on. You're welcome to stay here if you'd like. We got plenty of room.
It's most hospitable. Thank you.
Certainly, and if there's anything I can do to help y'all, or if somewhere in the city I can point you to, Zan's headed off to Meewall. She's in the market district up there. A bit of a fortune teller, town seer. It's not too long of a walk if you wanted to meet with them, but if there's anywhere I can lead you, just let me know.
I think I'll just rest for now. I have some thinking to do of my own.
Well, alright. I'll get started on dinner then. Guess I'm cooking for... Well, I might as well set the table for 10.
I can assist. I have been practicing.
Oh, wonderful.
Practicing cooking?
I have.
Oh, this I have to see.
Well, then you're on dishes duty.
Absolutely not.
Then no watching.
Sounds like you're not confident enough to be able to have an audience while you're cooking.
No, you just get in the way.
No, I wouldn't.
Famous last words.
I expect the five-star chef style meal.
Oh no, I mean, I would not set the bar that high. Also, I've been practicing in the Feywild. I don't imagine Dad here has a lot of the fruits and vegetables and plants that we use in some of our cuisine.
Dad just kind of shakes his head like, no, we got a lot of coconuts and dry stuff.
We will work with what we have. Lead the way.
He walks you back into the kitchen. It's a big enough kitchen. You can all fit fairly well. But there's a myriad of most of your normal necessities, though everything's a little drier or has been dried in order to sustain itself in the desert.
Mm-hmm.
But as you guys begin to work on that, we see Zan landing outside of this small, quaint building. And on the outside, you see a sign that reads Miwa the Seer. You see that their door is just a grouping of multicolored curtains and beads and chains, and it's a unique place. But you step in.
Yeah.
As you do, you see sitting at a table behind a ball, a crystal ball, a very old, very, very old and white-eyed green female dragonborn. Ah, you come to see Miwa?
Yes.
How can I help you, Dragonborn?
I need something that can give me sight beyond planes and allow contact with other people beyond planes.
Well, I can certainly show you what you wish to see. I can help you contact someone in a different plane. My crystal ball is very powerful. Well, darling, something of that nature. How far off? What plane are we looking at?
When is pandemonium? I don't know what the
You see her eyebrows kind of raise. You wish to contact someone in pandemonium? Oh, that's going to be quite the challenge.
You said it can't be done.
Oh, it can be done. There will certainly be a price. For this, let's say you owe me a favor.
Sure.
She,
What are you going to ask me?
whatever I want, whenever I need it. Don't worry, I'm sure it's something you'll be able to easily provide for little old me. There's many things I can't do. Perhaps I just want you to get my groceries some week. Or perhaps I have an enemy I wish for you to slaughter. I see your mind. There's a great many things you could help me with. And she kind of holds out her clawed hand to you, palm up.
What do you expect me to do? With that?
Give me your hand and I'll seal the deal.
Fine.
Cool. As you clasp her hand, you watch as a golden band of energy kind of encircles both of your wrists. And it kind of closes in and wraps itself around you. And as she lets go, you now have this just kind of resembles like a golden bracelet that vanishes after a few seconds. You see a matching one on her arm, as well as dozens of others. Says, there you go. I will contact you when it is time. You will complete my favor, and that will remove your band. If you fail to complete my favor, your soul will be bound to this plane and under my control until you complete it. Now then, who are we looking for?
How does this work? Is it like one person at a time, or can I have multiple people?
Do you wish for them to talk to each other?
No.
Then one at a time.
Actually, on second thought, I wish for them to talk to each other, but I would have to. I have one person I'm looking for. I have another that I wish to talk to, but I want to include a secondary person in on that conversation.
Alright, well, let's try and find the first one, and then we'll try and find the second, and after that we can look at connecting them as well. So, who would you like to look for first?
Actually, can we do it in reverse order? I know I'm being a pain in the butt, customer, but the first one I kind of know where he's going. The second and third ones are more pressing matter.
Well, you're getting confusing, darling, so just tell me what step we're on, and we'll give it a shot.
Okay. I have this friend, Callie, who's on Pandora that I want to contact. But during that conversation, or when you connect us, or whatever, I have this other friend, Aiden, who I want to be in on that conversation. And he's within this town.
Whoa, good lord, just tell him to come over here then. That'll save me a line.
I'll get on the radio. Aiden! Get your butt over here.
The snout, the sound of snoring on the other line.
If I have to come over there and kick your butt to get you up.
It's Xanatar, you couldn't kick the shell off my. Fuck off, I'm coming.
Thank you. You'll appreciate it, guaranteed.
Oh,
Yeah.
Hey,
So you
just to let the party know that Santa Dawn beats me, I'll be back.
Yeah, we know we're all on the phone.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you were too focused on your cooking.
You know, we really should try to figure out a way that we could like mute each other when we don't want to be involved in these conversations. Some of the stuff you guys talked about.
What was her name? Nina? Or...
Miwa?
Mewah, M-E-W-A-H.
Alright, Santa, where am I heading?
You're headed to Miwa's. Just ask my father for directions. He'll know where to point you. Miwa, don't tell Aiden about the pact that I made with you.
Oh, no worries. But yes, Aiden, Dad points you in the direction of Mewah's.
Cool. Send it that way.
It only takes you a few minutes to get up to the side and you spot the same building. Do you enter?
Sure.
You see the same ancient, decrepit, green female dragonborn sitting across the table from Zan. Ah, you must be this Aiden.
And I am.
Come, darling. It seems your friend Zanzadar would like to make a connection with one of your friends and wanted you involved.
Right. Which friend would that be?
Well, yes, he seems to want to contact this Callie, who's located in the plains of Pandemonium. Now, I must tell you, young Aiden, this kind of service requires that somebody pay me, and my fee is a favor. Are you willing to cover that charge?
Hey. What's the deal? You didn't say he had to pay anything.
I told you the same thing, darling.
Yeah, but I'm going to pay you.
You hear in the back of your head, you told me not to tell him you paid already.
You suck.
Oh dear.
It's nothing.
Does Nara say he already paid, or is Aiden gonna go off the just that there is still a price to be paid here?
Oh, I wasn't telepathically communicating with her. I was,
Oh, no.
yeah. The only
So it's-
thing that she said in my head was for me want to not tell you.
So this price that supposedly needed to be paid is a favor.
Oh, yes, it could be quite trifle. Like I have mentioned, it could be simply, well, getting my groceries for me one day, or slaughtering an enemy. You seem quite capable.
Aiden looks at Zanbar.
I already made the pact. There's no way to undo it.
Oh, why'd you have to spoil my fun? All right, yes, your friend already paid. Hold hands and touch my crystal ball.
The good thing you're wrong.
That's what you would think. All right, close your eyes.
Shed some light.
All right. So you guys both reach out and put your hands on the crystal ball. You feel the world around you begin to dissipate as silence fills your ears. You feel yourself being pulled to somewhere other than where you are. A few moments go by and you begin to hear though faintly, nowhere near as loud as it used to be, the screams and howls of the winds of pandemonium, and you see before you this swirling vortex of sand as your vision skirts through the desert, eventually alighting on an area you have seen, this rocky outcropping that houses the temple to Tyr within it. As you're thrust through it, you find yourself within a throne room. I'm going to take a quick pee break here because I need to check in with Callie's player to determine a couple things. So
Gotcha.
we'll be right back.
Alright.
I'm on the spot.
I need BRB, and I am going to... We got everybody back.
I'm here. I don't know about Zan.
My mic was off.
Mm.
Here.
Good. Do we have Xavier still?
He's muted.
Bink, you're muted. Are you here? give him a second. I'll send him a message real quick.
Already we're acting mannequin today, bro. Booyah.
That's alright.
It went booyah.
No worries. Well, you ready to jump back in?
Yes, I
Alright.
Yeah. We're out of time. Have you had a chance to take a short rest at all?
Nope.
Possibility to take a short. Damn it!
Oh no.
You were in the middle of it.
Yeah. Literally.
Damn it!
You only caught 5 Z's.
Alright, so Zan and Aiden. As your vision is thrust through this mountain, you see a few halls that you've been through flash by quickly, and you find yourselves arriving, at least your presence, your vision, in the room that is Tyr's throne room. Amongst the various lights and candelabras that have been lit, and all of the surrounding areas that you do remember, it seems to be fairly similar. However, you do notice something that is quite odd. You see the large iron golem that you had once fought, sitting passively next to the throne, its chest thrown wide open. And in front of the throne, you see Callie, currently bound in manacles, with streaks of blood down her face and arms, as Lord Cryo stands next to her. 3 or 4 additional elves, other dark-looking beings, seem to be standing with him. They seem to be firing questions left and right at Callie. You can't quite make out what he's saying, but you do feel that you connect with the consciousness that is your friend Callie, within Tyr's throne room on the plane of Pandemonium. What do you wish to say? Callie, you hear Zan's voice in your head amongst this imprisonment and torture that you're getting from this individual in front of you that you're not too familiar with, but you've guessed who he is.
Mm-hmm. So I hear this in my head?
Yep.
I think for the moment she doesn't respond, but you see on her face, even in the midst of this, at first glance she looks tranquil, like her typical big-eyed, soft expression of curiosity. Very zen, very detached, very unsettling. But the moment Zan's words hit, that facade cracks for a second. And especially Aiden, but Zan could pick up on it too. You see hurt and a lot of fear for a couple of seconds, and then she fights really hard and gets her face back to what it was, that same kind of tranquil removed. 1,000-yard stare.
Aiden looks stunned at the moment. He is. The entire scene is witnessing Alice. It makes his blood boil, and it hurts more because he doesn't know how to. He doesn't know how to stop this.
I think typical setting for this in like a fortune teller parlor, we would be more or less holding hands, and even though Zan says that, he like is pregnant lady gripping Aiden's hand.
It's a very specific metaphor.
My wrist starts like cracking.
Yep.
Right? Am I being talked to in the room with me?
You've been given a couple questions, and you're kind of at the point right now where Cryo is studying you, awaiting a response that he knows he's probably not going to get, but he hasn't fired off another question yet.
Okay. Calliope will say out loud, I've heard a lot about you, you know? Lots of tales. What's your motivation? Why do you do it?
You say this to Cryo?
Yes.
He looks at
Through
you.
bloody teeth and...
Yeah. Just kind of looks back at you. Well, my child, my God asks it of me, and I mean to please her. The rest of you can now hear Cryo's conversation as well as it echoes in Callie's mind, hearing it for herself.
Why do you follow her?
Because she gives me that which I seek.
Is it a weapon?
No. And yes. Depends on how you use it, honestly. She gives me power. The power to control my surroundings. The power to bring back those who have been stolen from me. Quite recently, your friends stole my wife. Removed her from this world of the living. But the power my God invested in me because of the things I do for her, I was able to bring her back. I see no wrong in wanting to bring back those you love so they may experience their lifeline as it was meant to be. Now, child, I don't wish to harm you. I don't wish to torture you. I'm happy to do it, for my God requires that which I know you hold. The stone that was in this room, where is it?
You speak of life as though it is what you desire most, at least for those closest to you. I don't know. I find that I'm far more interested in the other thing, in death, and all of its mysteries.
Well, that's quite delectable. You know there's a god for that.
I do. His name is Miracle.
Ooh, you're quite right. It seems you're studied in the gods. Tell me, little one, did you come here and take that stone to appease your god of death?
I think he was looking for it. That's what my dreams told me.
Oh, you are quite right. Would you like to know a secret, young one?
I do love secrets.
You see, the god Miracle and Talos, the god of storms and thunder. Well, they were set upon this world to find this stone, but they weren't doing it of their own volition. No, not at all. Their minds belong to my god, Tiamat. She controls their actions. She's the one that sent them on their adventure to find the ruined stone in the first place. So by giving me the stone, and therefore giving it to my god, Tiamat, you would be helping Miracle. For he only wishes to help Tiamat in this time.
Insight check.
Insight check. Roll it.
Insight check. Come on, Aiden.
Higher. Awesome.
You believe it. He seems to be telling the truth. He earnestly believes that Miracle and Tiamat, or Miracle and Talos, are being controlled by Tiamat, and they are trying to help Tiamat. He seems to be honest with what he's saying.
At this point, he's saying, don't listen to him, he's lying.
You know, one of the people I travel with, well, actually, she will say that one of my one of the people I was traveling with, I don't know if he'd call me a friend anymore, has this sword that was gifted to him by a god. And it contains the breath weapon of a very mighty dragon. At different times, and for different reasons, when we were practicing for battles or showing off, he used that sword on us. And I asked him once what his god might think of him using that sword on his friends. He didn't really have an answer in the moment. I have to wonder what the god of death thinks about the fact that the deity he serves allows you to break his own rules of death for your own gain. Can't imagine that makes him very happy.
You're probably right, darling. He probably is very upset with the fact that I can do and have done what I have done. But as I told you, he is currently the thrall of my god. So, there's very little he could do about it.
Are you saying this to Calliope?
He sort of says it out loud.
Okay. Well, does Calliope hear that Aiden's on the call?
Yeah.
Okay.
Now, it's very somber the way he speaks.
Mm-hmm.
I think he's also like saying it out loud for you to understand. Going back to what he told Callie just before she vamped out of flames, out of the prime material flame. Good and evil are not so black and white. Often very, very gray. It's often a matter of perspective based on who you ask.
Before I came here, Mr. Cryo, I asked my friends how they know what to do, what's good and what's bad. And they had very conflicting answers. But the one thing that undergirded all of what they said was that it comes down to choice. We have to choose what we do. I don't know much about thralls, though they sound very interesting. And in she shifts a little bit different circumstance, I might like to hear more about those. But the one thing I can say is that means if someone's a thrall and they aren't making their own choices, then that's just really not fair. And I don't think I can support not fair.
Well, I think that's a choice. And, I commit you for that. Though I'll warn you, the world is not fair, but you do what you will if you think you could make it fair. I think that'd be a wonderful challenge for someone like you.
You're understanding me, sir. It's not so much that I think I can make the world fair. Who am I to assume that I know what's best for anybody else? But what I do know is that what you're talking about and what you're doing here isn't really giving me a choice, is it?
No, I suppose it isn't. But I'm alright with that. See, I'm doing what my God has asked of me, and that's all I care about.
Perhaps you shouldn't follow one God so blindly.
Well, no, it's a new session. You would have inspiration again. He looks at you. You guys still have a DM inspiration, so you can use that. He looks at you, Cal, and he says, "Yes, well, we all make choices, just as you said. And I choose to serve Tiamat and Tiamat alone. For she has given me the ability, throughout the years, to achieve the goals that I wanted to achieve for myself and for my family. Albeit I still have more to accomplish, and she is willing to help me with that, so long as I continue to help her. And that's what I'll be doing." And Callie, as he says this, you feel another presence in your mind. It doesn't speak. It doesn't feel like it's listening necessarily. But you feel a warmth begin to envelop your body a little bit. You're not freed from your restraints. You're still unable to act or cast spells. But the pain that was racking your body is gone.
The tranquil look is more natural now.
And that presence vanishes. I'd say, Zan, you would not have noticed it. But Aiden, you did. And you know who it was. And you know that a favor was granted.
Was it my god or was it from...
No, it was your god.
Okay.
You gather there's not a lot he could do, considering where she is. The gods have a very, very tough time connecting with that plane of existence. But he did what he was able to do in the moment.
Well, Mr. Cryo, I wish you the best of luck with that, but I'm not going to be able to help you.
So be it. I suppose I'll just take you with me. What do you say, little girl? Would you like to meet the god of chaos and destruction? How's a little trip to the center of hell sound to you?
There's that, like, annoyingly ornery little grin that breaks across her face. She says, fantastic.
Wonderful. And in the next few seconds, you all see as Cryo begins to cast a spell and a small portal begins to open next to him and Callie. It is...
Jumping.
Yep, I'll get there. Give me a second. But you see that it is bright red and orange, and it has this almost blood red ring around it, and you see flames licking and spewing out of the portal as he takes a step towards Callie and puts his hand on her wrist. And both of you know you have only a few more seconds before your connection is all but impossible.
We're coming for you, Kelly.
This isn't the end for you. Your fate will not be decided by others.
And you both watch as Callie is quite literally...
Just she responds for the first time mentally and says, "Don't be late. This is going to be fun."
Yep. Yeah, and you both watch as Callie is quite literally dragged to hell. And the portal closes and your connection is severed. You both open your eyes, holding hands, staring at the ancient green dragonborn in front of you, and she looks back at the two of you and says, "Wow, that was kind of fucked up."
Yeah. Or you didn't want to say anything.
Oops, that's not what I meant to do. Ignore that.
I guess Cryo technically now has something of mine in his possession. He has a friend. He's going to pay dearly for this.
Well, sounds like you boys got an adventure. Anyways, Dragonborn, you said you had somebody else you wanted to talk to.
Ironically, you answered both my questions at the same time.
Wonderful. But what was the other one? I'm thoroughly lost.
The guy in white.
Oh, that creep.
And I think we should just assume that all our loved ones are actually in hell. Unless you think differently.
Well, shit.
Well, I guess dinner should be about ready.
I just fill my mug up, chunky apple juice, and just take a big glug.
Yeah.
Guess we should start heading back, shouldn't we?
Yeah. Unfortunately, not much we can do right now. As much as I want to.
Get her back, Sam. We'll get all of them back.
You guys head back to Zanzidar's house to sit and eat and have dinner. You find a nicely prepared meal. It seems like Lalia and Dad were able to toss together a pretty good dinner. But upon entering the home and seeing your faces and seeing just the burden on your shoulders that is imminently obvious. Your father doesn't say anything, Zan. Your brothers look to him and he just kind of shakes his head as he quietly sits at the end of the table with his brothers, allowing the five of you to sit closer together on the other end. You begin eating in silence, but eventually the silence is broken as your father looks over at you, Zan, and says, "Well, you gonna tell us what happened?"
So, the guy who keeps sending these letters, not only was he in charge of your dig site, but he got the artifact there. And then something happened on the plane of Pandemonium. He captured one of our friends there. And literally took her to hell. So I can only assume that the rest of our loved ones are currently being held in hell. Really what you want to hear.
Not really what I'd even imagine would be going on. Look, Zan, I wasn't the strongest father. I wasn't the strongest person in your life. Even your brother's a little bit more powerful than I am, following in my footsteps and all, but there's nobody in my life, nobody that I think could withstand the pits of hell more than I believe your mother could. Her body may be frail, but her mind and her spirit are the boldest I've ever seen. I'm too old, and your brothers have too many responsibilities around here to go running off to hell. It hurts me to ask you this, Zan, but will you bring your mother back to us?
You knew I was gonna go whether you asked me or not.
Probably, but I gotta hear it.
I will go. If I don't come back, I know they will.
I can accept that. I don't know what I'd do if I lost you there, so... And he looks at the rest of you. I need all of you to make sure my son makes it back to me. Do you hear me?
We'll keep an eye on them. Don't you worry.
He looks at you, Aiden. Will you help my son?
Either we all come back, or none of us do. There is no this in between.
Just kind of gives you a silent nod and looks over at Lalia. What about you? Are you helping?
It's my honor and my utmost duty to protect those of us who sit around this table. A trip to hell will be no different. As Aiden says, we're all in this together.
He looks at Gostier. What about you? Gostier kind of looks him back. He's like, well, I mean, to be honest, about a week ago, I didn't give a shit about any of these guys, but they're gonna help me save my best friend and my brother. So, if these are the people that are gonna do it, well, in all my travels, I don't think I've seen anybody better prepared to do so. So, I'll do whatever I can to make sure they stay alive. Your dad kind of looks back around and says, well, I guess it's settled then. So, how the hell are you gonna get there?
I might have a way in, but don't worry. I just need to take the night to sleep.
You see Rico, your Aarakocra brother, the middle child. You see his eyes light up as he stands and looks at all of you. He says, well, look at this, finally. A chance for me to fucking do something none of you could do. It just so happens, Zanzibar, your buddy Kin made his way into the dig site. And he told me There's a portal there. And I know how to get there.
Zan's daughter, your brother's more annoying than you are.
Way to begin seated in time of need.
I will take it when I can get it, damn it.
Alright. I concede you win this one. Tell us how to get in there.
Well, there's a side entrance that they use to shovel supplies down. Things that wouldn't fit in the normal mine shaft, they finally made a side entrance for. Your buddy Kin, I believe, is currently stationed there. I don't know that this Cryo or whoever knows that he's there, but he's been trying to keep an eye on things, best I heard. See if they uncovered anything fancy. So I don't know how to traverse the path necessarily, but I know how to get you to Kin. I imagine he can take you from there.
That'd be great.
You see, he just kind of puffs out his chest, looking pleased with himself as he sits back down to continue eating. Dad looks back over and says, well, I guess it's settled then. I guess you all are gonna follow Rico here out to meet up with Kin. I've got some things to do, but I'll send Ed with you. Make sure you guys are prepared. I imagine you'll want to steer clear of the main entrance unless you're looking for a fight. Well, I guess it was nice to see you again, Zan. I only wish it was a little more than a day or so, but I'll take what I can get. I'm proud of you, son. The future of our family rests on your shoulders, you know that, right?
I really wish you could.
That's all right, boy. You get out there and you bring your mother and your baby sister back here. Well, I got some things to take care of then. Make sure the town don't go to hell while your brothers are out. Well, good
That's
luck.
a figure of speech.
I think that's a figure of speech.
What you guys were talking about, I don't know anymore. It might just be a reality. But y'all are welcome. Take as much time as you need. There's no curfew in this house. We usually work around the clock. But you've got a few hours till sundown. I recommend you stock up if there's anything you need. Just let me know. I'll be over here. You see, he kind of walks over, sits down at his desk, and begins writing some communications and tidying up a little bit.
Hey, Dad,
Yeah, Zan?
you wouldn't happen to know Carly Promise?
I know of him. The dead, forgotten god. What about him?
I thought I had a vision of him being in this town when I was younger.
Well, if there was a place for a dragonborn to blend in, this is probably the town for it. You gonna look for him?
Well, I still have some time here. Yeah.
Alright. Well, what does he look like? What's he do?
I don't know what he does, but he's a yellowish vision or whatnot, he's sitting on the side of the street, like asking for help.
That sounds a bit like old man Doric. He's a beggar. He has been since well before you were born. And you see this like look on his face, like this look of like loss, like just utter blank. You know, come to think of it, I think that's about all I know about him. I can't remember anything about him other than he lived on the streets, and maybe he has a boat, did some fishing.
Well, it gives me a place to look.
Huh. You know, Zan, I know just about everything about everybody in town. Every beggar, every elder. I don't know nothing about that man. In fact, if you hadn't described him, I don't think I even would have listed him amongst the people living in this city. Isn't that strange?
Yeah.
As he kind of goes back to filing and writing and reading.
What about you guys? What are you gonna do? What's your
No, for the first part. Potions, more than likely. Don't know about you spellcasters, but half the times those potions are what keep me from ending up a pace on the dirt.
I'd like to think we have a little bit of a hand in it, but yeah, sure. You know, you want to rely on potions.
I'm doing so that way you don't have to expend your spell slots on trying to keep the human soldier alive. It's kind of the point, Lalia.
Lalia puts her hand on Aiden's shoulder. It's okay to admit you need help, Aiden. We're here to support you. I, for one, am going to look for a bookshop.
Oh, really?
Yes.
Murder mystery before we all go out?
Perhaps murder mystery, perhaps, I don't know, tragedy, comedy. Not really sure
Comedy
what.
would be nice.
You think? You think comedy might be the right vibes for this situation?
Yeah.
Alright, I will ask for comedy. I'm just assuming Jennifer might be out of the book, that she might be done with it. And,
Oh, yeah.
yeah, and she tends to get pretty grumpy if she runs out of books to read, so. Xantadar, do you know if there is a Neddy's in your town?
Oh, I don't know now. It's been like 2 or 3 years since I've been back here.
Oh, that's fair.
And we could go look.
Should I do this? This would be interesting. I want to have a shit people. Hey, Lalia,
Yes.
the second you put your hand on Aiden's shoulder, he accidentally uses divine sense.
Oh. I have neither celestial nor fiend nor undead.
You recognize it being a paladin himself.
Nah.
Oh yeah.
What the? Put that away.
But what away?
Hey,
don't
this
need-
is my family home, Aiden. He is civil.
What are you talking about? I'm literally just sitting here.
Sometimes
You're
that's
welcome
enough.
roll an insight.
Walia?
You're anybody. You're welcome to roll an insight.
I'm not gonna roll it. You can.
I just love this plus 11, so I'm gonna roll an 8 and get a 19. Ha 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 ha! It feels so good to be back.
Aiden legitimately has no idea what you're talking about. He really thinks he's just sitting there.
Oh
He's so
dear.
confused why he's getting bombarded by just sitting here doing literally nothing. What the fuck did I do?
Especially because
I
you
missed this.
didn't get a blip, so you. Is there like a religion check or something Walia could make that might help her figure out what's going on with Aiden and why he's suddenly sensing undead things? DM.
Yeah. It would be probably religion's your best bet, or arcana.
Well, one is a plus 11 and one is a plus 1, so we're gonna go. Oh, and I rolled a 2, but that's 13.
Okay. Yeah, you're sensing some very similar aura from Aiden that kind of seems to be in line with your own.
Game recognized game, basically. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Alright, well, that is an interesting development that I'm just learning about right now.
What's interesting?
Oh, nothing. You'll see. He's gonna get the phone. She, like, mumbles under her breath. He's gonna get the phone call real soon. Hey, come do this. I need help.
What?
But then
Why are you being so ominous and suspicious with me?
I'm
I don't like
not.
it.
No, I just think that the old Bami up there might be giving you a little bit more than a sword. Don't be surprised if you're out casting spells with us more and more, sir.
I barely know anything about magic, and you suddenly expect me to start casting spells?
Yep, that's how it works.
Great.
Although the potions are still a good idea. In fact, I might tag along at some point. But I also need to, if there is a Neddies, I need to check in with Nettie. But if there's not a Neddies, I'll do it another time.
Well, I mean, you could ask my dad, but
Hey, Dad.
Yes.
Sounded so confused.
Is there a Neddies in your village?
From time to time, yeah.
Alright. Where, on what street might I find her? If she is here.
Oh,
Oh,
I'm pretty sure she sets up shop right next door to Miwa.
What's a Miwa?
She's the fortune teller the boys went to see earlier.
Oh, perfect. Alright. I will have one of them take me.
I guess we should go and see if Nettie's set up shop next to Miwa's.
hey, Ed, which one of these is your weapon on the table?
All of them.
All of them.
Yep.
Do any of them look like relatively good weapons? Or are they all kind of basic, or what?
Make a perception check.
Okay.
Okay. They all look very well made and very sharp.
Ooh.
And all of the bludgeoning weapons look pristine and very durable. 'Cause,
So he rolls heavy.
yeah, I got a war hammer, I got a great sword, I got a short sword, I got a couple daggers, I've got a glaive, I've got a couple spears, and he just keeps going on. It's just about one of every weapon at least.
Oh yeah? And do you use anything for like armor or what?
Oh, yeah, I keep that in the bedroom.
Can I see that?
Sure.
I'm just making sure you're well equipped.
You got it, be right back. And he walks into his bedroom, and then you see he walks back out with, like, bundled in his arms, like a full set of very, very, like, bright white plate mail.
Oh, nice.
And he hands it to you. He says, "Here you go." As you hold it, you feel your feet, like, sinking into the floor because it's so heavy.
Jesus, I don't know how you wear this.
It takes a lot of practice, and he just flexes.
Can Aiden try to hold it?
Sure. You go to pick it up from Zan, and it's still pretty heavy. Like, you're having a little easier time with it, but it's got some weight to it. It's a full set for a very large dragonborn.
Is he actually classified as a large creature?
He's pretty close.
Or-
He's just a little bit smaller than Gostier.
Oh, good.
Would I know what, like, class he is or whatever?
You would gather he's probably along the lines of a fighter.
Okay. Cool. Well, you're welcome to go with Nettie's to us if you want.
When would I get there?
I don't know.
You can't find any better weapons or armor than this anywhere in town.
Yeah, but there's like, okay, so there's like bits and bobs that I use, like this belt that I'm wearing.
Oh, you mean
no,
magic stuff?
Oh, wait. I shouldn't tell you about that.
Oh, you talk about like magic items and stuff.
Yeah,
That's for wimps.
Ooh.
you're a dick.
You're damn right. I'm your big brother. I'm supposed to be.
Well, we're gonna go shopping, so I guess if you don't want to come, that's your own fault. See ya.
Whatever, wimps.
You should read the book sometime.
A who?
Yeah, that's what I thought. These I could think fast enough. Uncultured people.
Yeah, I know what a culture is. I had to give one to the doctor the other day.
Backing away slowly. Alright, so about that. Oh, and by the way, Dad,
Yep.
is there also a bookshop in town?
Oh, there's a few of them.
Alright. And are they near Miwa's and Nettie's?
Yeah, that's where most of the shopping area is.
Alright. I will find the book places. But first, Nettie's. Right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
So you guys are all heading out to Nettie's, it sounds like. We could probably tackle
Suppose
that
so.
today.
And getting potions.
I'm getting potions.
So as you, there is a similar shop to Puck's Potions, so you can use his pricing and inventory. But making your
Is
way,
that it? Where is that at? D&D chat?
it should be in campaign info.
Do we have a scroll shop too?
Specifically a scroll shop, no. Nettie's probably your best bet there.
Gotcha.
But you make your way over there, and you do in fact see a sign that says open. And it says Nettie's Juice Bar.
Well, at least we can be healthy for a day too.
As you open the door and walk in, you see a plethora of what looks like a buffet-style setting of various fruits and veggies and powders, things you recognize and things you don't, things that just look weird and gooey, and some of them look stony. But you see Nettie standing at the front with an apron and a visor on that are very brightly colored, oranges and blues and pinks. She kind of watches as you all enter. She's like, "Oh, look! It's my favorite customers! What y'all doing out here?"
This is my hometown.
"Well, that sucks. It's hot."
I do like Nettie. She tells it like it is.
Is that why you opened a juice shop instead of an ice cream shop?
Yep. Gotta stay hydrated.
I want a mango banana strawberry smoothie, please.
You got it. 2 silver.
Okay.
You see she kind of like runs around and gathers up all the ingredients and puts them in a bowl and begins to like mash them up and then strains it into a cup for you.
Thank you.
Anybody else?
I'll take one, but can you add some spinach to it?
You got it. She does the same thing. This time she puts the spinach in at the end so it doesn't get strained out. So there you go. They're a little chewy.
Appreciate it.
Anybody else?
No, good.
I just fill up my mug.
Is that Bink, was that your name?
Yeah.
Hey, you know, that apple juice only does so much for you. You could probably use like some protein powder and some vitamins in there.
Sound like apple juice, though.
But yeah, but I could add an enchantment that'd make it a little better for you. You know, otherwise you're probably gonna, have you ever heard of this thing called diabetes?
Does it make you die?
Oh yeah.
How so?
Well, when you drink as much sugar as you do, eventually your body can't handle it, and then you go numb and you have heart attacks and stuff.
Well, my dad and my whole family is fine after drinking it for like their whole life, so I think I'm good.
She just kind of looks at you and she's like, "Can I draw some of your blood?"
Oh, yeah.
She looks over at Aiden. "What about you?"
Just a strawberry smoothie.
"You got it." Each of them are 2 silver. But after she serves you, she kind of looks around. She's like, "Well, thank you for your business. Have a wonderful evening."
Oh, no.
Net.
We're not done here.
Wow.
Yeah, I have a delivery, and I think these guys want to shop.
Wow. All right, hold on. Claps her hands, and the juice bar disappears and is replaced by her magical shop that you are used to. And she looks at you, Lolly, and she's like, "Oh, what you got for me?"
I have some stock replenishment, and she'll pull a few scrolls out of her bag.
"Oh, yes, thank you. We had 2 adventuring parties come through, so we have already given out 8.
Oh, that's wonderful. We're headed into some dicey areas, so I don't know that I'll be able to keep up quite as much as I have been, but I will get you more as soon as I can.
That's quite all right." She just kind of looks around. She's like, "Oh, what about the rest of y'all?"
I don't have any scrolls for you.
"Oh, I guess you're just here to put your hand in my box then, huh?"
For you, Nettie, always.
Says, "All right. Now, who's up first?"
Put your hands in my box. Oh, God.
I'll go first.
All right. We'll pull up the magic item table here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay. Roll a d10.
One.
Okay. And roll a d100.
$85.
Alright. I need to look this bad boy up.
Yay, something we've never gotten before.
Right? It's either gonna be really awesome or like, oh.
You take 97 points of damage pulling this out of the box.
Exactly.
Alright.
Aiden loses all of his gold again.
You pull out a miniature harp. She says, "Oh, that one's pretty cool. That's called an instrument of the bards. And that there's the Ullum harp.
How many? All of them.
Ooh.
Yep. The Ullum harp is a wondrous, legendary item that requires attunement by a bard. This is the one where a creature that attempts to play the instrument without being attuned to it must succeed on a DC 15 wisdom saving throw or take 2d4 psychic damage. You, once you're attuned to it, can use an action to play the instrument and cast one of its spells, which consists of fly, invisibility, levitate, protection from evil and good, confusion, control weather, firestorm. Once the instrument has been used to cast a spell, it can't cast that spell again until the next dawn. And you can play the instrument while casting a spell that causes any of its targets to be charmed on a failed saving throw, therefore imposing disadvantage on the save.
Well, that's neat. It's not my type of weapon, but it's neat.
But it is OLLAMH. Harp. So, well, if you want it, it's like $50K.
Well, that's pricey.
Well, there's only 7 different instruments of the bards, and that's one of them. I want it in a bet.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah. Harps don't suit my taste too much. I like jamming out.
So we could probably put that back in the box then.
All right. She puts it back in. Who's next?
Oh, can I go?
You got it. Roll a d10.
I reach my little hand in there. Got a 2.
Cool. Roll a d100.
Yeah, I got a 15. Wow.
All right. You reach in and you pull out a longsword. No, a rapier. She says, she looks at it and she says, "Well, that's oh Jesus, that's called a luck blade rapier. That's quite a pull there, little guy.
What's it called?
A luck blade.
That's a legendary weapon.
Yes, it is.
You gain a
Wow.
plus, you gain a +1
God.
bonus to attack and damage. While the sword is on your person, you also get a +1 bonus to saving throws.
Ooh.
It has luck. If the sword is on your person, you can call on its luck to re-roll 1 attack roll, ability check, or saving throw you don't like. You must use the second roll. It also has an ability called Wish. The sword has 1d4 minus 1 charges. While holding it, you can use an action to expend 1 charge and cast the Wish spell.
Oh, snap.
Man.
If you choose to buy it, we will then roll the d4 to see how many wishes it has. And it could be 0.
Oh, no.
That one's gonna cost like 500,000 gold. For a fact.
She looks at it. She looks at you guys. She says, "You know what? I like you guys. 250,000."
Bink just looks at his money pouch and sees like the only 17,000 he has. Can we bump it down to like 15,000? I can owe you a favor.
God.
Make a persuasion check.
Oh,
Oh my god.
no, God.
Drill 20!
Oh,
Holy
no.
crap!
Oh,
Okay.
fuck.
That's all right. For a total of 28. She looks at you, Bink. Says, "Well, I don't know. It'd have to be a pretty big favor."
You know, I can maybe like 99.9% do it.
99.9% with a 1.1% chance of error.
She looks at you, Bink. She looks at the rest of your party and she says, "It sounds like you guys got a lot on your plate at the moment, but I'll make you a deal. I will give you this sword for free, but I know what I want you to do. You see, I got somebody that's pretty upset with me right now. Well, for about the last 3,000 years. If you kill him, I'll give you the sword."
Kill who?
I don't remember his name. He's some demon.
Oh, god damn it.
He lives like somewhere in the abyss.
What's the time frame that we have to do it in?
Forever.
Oh, sure.
But you don't get the sword till you kill him.
Oh, okay.
Oh, sure.
Can I kill him with the sword?
Nope. It
It'll
doesn't
make
work.
it like 100 times easier.
It wouldn't work on him anyways.
Why wouldn't it?
He's some, like, demon prince or something. I'm pretty sure he's immune to a lot of stuff. I tried to throw a meteor at him and it didn't do shit.
How are we supposed to kill him?
I don't know. That's for you to figure out if you want the sword for free.
What if I just wish for his insides to be outside?
Well, good luck. If it works, it works.
I can use the sword, okay.
What?
You said if it works, it works. So you're saying I can use the sword to try.
No. You get the sword when he's dead.
Got it. Use the sword to kill him so I can keep it. Got it.
Nope.
Bink,
Man,
you're going to ruin
you're
us.
saying one thing, I'm hearing another thing. You gotta make things clear, man.
Kill the demon. Get the sword.
Kill him. Keep the sword regardless. Okay.
She just very casually takes the sword out of your hand. Yep.
Okay. How do you know if we're not lying to you? Do we need to like bring his head or something?
No, I'll know if he's dead. And you see she kind of lifts her sleeve up and you see a brand on her shoulder very similar to yours, Bink.
No, good.
I got a couple of these, but that's his.
Yeah.
What's wrong, Aiden?
Nothing. I just find it hilarious that Pink has found himself being hunted by a 1,000-year-old demon. Great. Fantastic.
No, Bink's being hunted by a devil.
Or a devil.
Nettie's being
That's even
hunted
worse.
by a demon.
I forgot, is
Yep.
a devil or a demon worse?
You have a demon on your, or a devil. Bink has a devil on his butt.
So demons are not as worse, devils are worse, correct?
It depends on the demon.
I got one that can't do things between hell and heaven, I think?
Or what? I missed that.
Heaven and hell type of demon, angel, I don't know what it is.
Well, no,
heard they got, like, wings.
the devils live in hell, and the demons live in the abyss, and they hate each other.
Yeah, I got a devil.
Alrighty.
Oh, that sucks.
Alright, now I'm gonna stick my hand in the box.
Okay. Roll a d10.
So, remind me again how this box sort of works. Do you just stick your hand in and just pick an item at random?
Yep, yeah, you feel something apparate in your hand as you pull it out.
Can I... you can try for shits and giggles. You try to focus on the item you're specifically looking for, or an item of its likeness.
Interesting.
Just try. See if it materializes.
You could certainly try, and it would be an Arcana check,
God damn it.
and it'd be pretty high.
I don't have much in Arcana.
Could I help with that? Since I have proficiency in Arcana?
Probably not, because you can only
Oh.
put one hand in at a time.
Oh.
I'll take some guidance if it's possible.
Oh, yeah, you could guide them.
Does Zanzidar have guidance?
Not this lolly have
No.
guidance.
Oh, yes, I do have guidance.
Okay.
Huh.
I was gonna say, this is kind of
Alrighty.
shenanigan. I don't know that Lalia would be on board with. We'll see.
Oh god. I'm risking for a biscuit. It's fine.
Aiden, what are you doing?
Shh. I'm focusing.
We got to work on your meditation face.
And never mind, I'm not focused. Don't worry about it.
Oh.
Well, you reach
That's
in
another-
with the hopes of getting something specific, and you find... Roll a d10.
Watch. What if it's the item you want? How crazy would that be?
I'd laugh.
Just break the game.
Alright, right on the center. 5.
Cool. Now roll a d100.
That would mean we'd won, right? We could go home.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
40.
You pull out a Vorpal longsword.
Wow.
Hitting the big ones tonight, man.
She says, "Wow, you guys got one of those before."
Mm-hmm.
Can I be entirely honest and say that was the item I was specifically looking for?
Wait, was it really?
Trying to behead some stuff.
Whoa!
That's so
Wow.
good! What the
She's like, "Wow, that's pretty good. 200k."
We won the game.
Ah,
Over
fucking
now.
A.
200k.
Ah, god damn it.
How many demons do you have on your tail?
She lifts up her other arm, and you see a whole sleeve of black tattoos.
Oh, there you go.
Oh, Jesus.
I got a few.
Jeez.
I'm pretty good at pissing people off.
And I trade something and hope and try to lower the cost.
You can kill a demon for me.
Will trading something reduce the cost that I may purchase it?
Oh, maybe. What you got?
I didn't really use this like at all. Unless somebody wants the Rod of Lordly Might, I'm gonna trade it back in.
No, I'm good with what I have. What is that, by the way? A legendary?
It's a legendary. It has 6 buttons. It functions as a magic mace that grants +3 bonus to attack and damage rolls. Button 1 causes it to become a flame tongue, whatever sword you choose. Button 2 causes it to become 2 crescent-shaped blades, transforming it into a magical battle axe. Button 3 causes it to become a 6-foot long spear, +3. The button 4 is more for utility. It makes it a climbing pole up to 50 feet long that can hold up to 4,000 pounds of weight. Button 5 causes it to become a battering ram that gives you a +10 bonus to strength checks made to break through doors and barricades. And then button 6 makes it a compass that points north.
Hmm.
And it also gives you a knowledge of your approximate depth beneath ground or your height above ground. It also has... Actually, wow, holy fuck.
It's best to look it up, but it has Drain Life, Paralyze, and Terrify that it can do as an inflict status, basically, when you hit somebody.
Holy crap. Where were you hiding this?
Ever since we left Lilian.
Wow. That's a big one.
If I wanted to put this into the trade, how much would it still cost?
Half off!
What?
1/2 equals 1/2 off 100K.
I was saying that because I didn't hear what you said.
Well,
Yeah.
open your ears.
I have 60K on my person. Is anyone willing to partake?
You have 60K. I only have 12K.
So you
Talia, I suppose you got
40?
saving or fun. It's close. Are you willing to spend like 40K exactly, or are you wanting to purchase other things?
I want to see what I pull out of the box first.
Yes!
I can
That's
at
true,
least
she
turn
got
it
pulled out the box.
above
What if
40.
I were to give you a slightly used deck of many things?
She looks at you, Zan. She looks back at
Slightly.
you. I'll make you a deal. Pull all the cards out of the deck and I'll give it to you for free.
Oh no!
If I pull out
Absolutely.
one, will you do it?
Nope, all of them. I want to see what happens.
Well,
Oh,
you
you're
know what
fucking-
happens for one of the cards at least.
Yeah, I don't know the rest of them.
For fuck's sake. I'm not doing that. I am not summoning an avatar of death in the middle of this fucking shop when we haven't even had a rest.
I'm pretty sure one of them is death, so I'd not want the
Yeah, that's
risk
the
of
one that's
death.
that's the one that summons the avatar of death.
Zanzibar,
Yeah.
Gastier kind of looks at you and he's like, I'll do it.
Oh my god.
Alright, dude, sure.
Oh, if he dies, we'll see
Let's see what
how.
Lalia
We can-
pulls out before we do anything.
Alright.
Oh yeah, you know, I also might have something to contribute to the discount if that would be amenable. But first I will draw to see how much money I have to spend.
Okie dokie, I'll hold this for now.
Is it my go?
Yep, roll a d10.
Nope, that's a D12.
Mm.
I forget how to play this game. Let's see.
Cool.
One.
Roll a d100.
Two.
Wow.
Roll a one.
Real extreme there. I was down in the middle for the most part. You got
Yeah.
extremes.
Yeah.
You pull out a Defender scimitar.
Oh, good.
Son of a bitch. One of those is in the 9 hells already. Actually, I think it's a sickle, but.
That's pretty good too. 200K.
What am I gonna do with this?
It lets you transfer some of its offensive capabilities to your defensive capabilities.
Zaidan, what do you think about it? Should I put you aside and start wielding this little flummy thing?
He kind of looks at it and he's like, that thing look like poop. Nope.
Thing look
Not
like
doing
pipe.
Yeah, alright. I think I'm good then. Here you go, Aiden. Oh, but first, Neddy. Could I add to Aiden's credit? Would you be interested in this longsword of... I forget what they're... The longsword of warning aspects? It's a... It doesn't tell me. I think it's rare.
Long sort of warning.
Yeah.
Hmm.
What?
Uncommon.
Uncommon. So it's not... It would not contribute much.
So
but-
she says, I'll give you like another 5k off.
Oh, alright. So she'll pull that out. Because I ain't never gonna get that 2-minute slot back.
Do I even really use the...
Oh,
I don't think I'll use the robe either. Can I toss in the robe of scintillating colors?
Sure, what rarity is that?
Very rare.
Yep, I'll get you another 10k.
Down to 25.
I don't ever use it. No point in having it take up an attunement slot.
Wait, so it's 100k.
So,
Taken...
minus 5k from your sword, another 10k from my robe would make it 85k.
Yep. And then I have this mithril chainmail that none of us are ever gonna wear because our AC is way better than 15 right now. I think that's uncommon.
Yep, 5k.
Okay, so we'll get rid of that. The dream, Lalia's dreams of being stealthy, just. What else have I got? That might be it. Alright, well then, Aiden, do you want to split 50-50? I was going to pay 40 anyway, so...
If you want, what is splitting it? 85, 42,500, something like that. Is that
Well,
what
no, I
50-50
added
is?
another 5, so it's down to 80,000.
Yeah, I'll split that.
Yeah, so 40 each.
Okie doke. Just remove
Just
4,000
don't decapitate
platinum.
me with it. Point it the other direction.
That's kind of how any sword works.
I'm just saying. Wouldn't want you to slip.
since we went up to level 17, that means we get another attunement slot, right?
Did your proficiency bonus
Our-
go up?
It did.
Yep.
Yeah.
I didn't
Yeah.
think about that. Oh snap.
Yes, sure did.
Well, I'm full. Still. That didn't last long.
Nope.
Okay, so I don't have the Rod Absorb Light. That actually opened up a lot of attunement slots for me now. Hang on a second. Hold on. What the heck? I don't have that anymore. Take that out. Don't have the robe anymore. Take that out. Wow. So. Okay, I had the Ring of Mind Shielding. I had the Spell Guard Shield. But sort of Bahamut. I had the Ring of Protection. Even though it's weird about how it does it, it's. Okay, well. Let me do the Ring of Protection so that way I can actually make sure my AC is calculated properly. Because it might not have been. I might have just not been including the Ring of Protection.
Oh.
Whoops. Okay, so Ring of Mind Shield, Ring of Protection, Spell Guard Shield, Sword of Bahamut, Vorpal Longsword, and then I still have a 6th spot. Interesting.
So many possibilities.
Hmm. Nope, I guess I'll figure that out sometime.
As you guys are doing this, Gostier walks up. He's like, well, I'll make a pool.
Go for it.
He puts his hand in, and I will roll for him. Okie dokie. That's funny.
What?
Is it funny?
Yeah. He puts his hand in, then he's like, oh, this is kind of heavy, as he begins to pull out what appears to be a full set of armor.
Of course he does.
Huh. I don't need this. And he goes to put it back.
Hang on. Can I examine the armor?
Sure.
Determine what kind of material it's made out of.
Yeah. He pulls it back out and shows it to you, and Nettie's like, oh, I just finished making that.
Oh, snap.
Do you need me to make a perception check or anything?
No perception check needed. You have no clue. Though you have seen something very similar to this.
Like
on the
similar
plane of
to...
Pandemonium.
Oh.
I know what this is.
Says, yeah, that takes a long time to make, and only my family can make them.
And what does this armor do exactly?
Oh, it's called an armor of invulnerability.
No shit, I was just looking that up.
You have resistance to everything, and once a day you can be immune to everything for 10 minutes, as long as it's not magical.
Resistance to all damage, or just
Everything not
specific?
magic.
Everything not magical.
And for 10 minutes you can be invulnerable to anything not magical.
Wow.
That one's made out of a star.
That's cool.
Yep, I caught it when it flew out of the astral realm a couple 100 years ago. It's taken me that long to make it.
So is that what I'm having a similar thing here? So it's like similar to star metal?
Yep, it's very
That
similar.
was it. Yeah.
Yeah, but all stars
thought.
are different, so that's why you couldn't quite identify it, but you gather that's probably what she's talking about.
Interesting. Let's put this one on the shelf.
Hold on. What's his price?
Oh, 2 million?
Let's
Ooh,
put this
no.
one on the shelf.
Hey, I used to sell these things for whole kingdoms.
Nice.
I think it should be that much.
Yeah, I mean, I own the whole planet.
I'm not surprised.
Wait, what now?
Yeah, there's this realm of existence. It's like a planet. I bought it from selling these things.
What's it called again?
Armor of invulnerability.
Well,
Or do you mean my planet?
I mean, kind of both.
Oh, my planet's called Pizza.
Of course
Planet
it is.
Pizza.
Yeah, Pizza Planet.
Um,
Oh my god.
Of course.
Or Planet Pizza. I guess you could go either way.
Did you update the potions list? 'Cause I'm seeing for the healing stuff, there's like 1d10/day. Is that like its updated healing amount?
Hold on, I gotta find Pucks real quick. Uh-oh, I thought I tagged it. I guess I didn't.
It's all the way back in like March of last year.
March 12th. Oh, I see. You were rolling for the greater and superior.
Oh, they're maxed right now. Because you guys are high enough now. Yeah, that's how many they have in stock. It'd be the maximum rolls.
Okay. Potion of resistance. Okay. I continue, sorry.
So yeah, I'll put this one on the shelf then if you guys think you're ever gonna be that rich.
I mean, if we were to go back to Bing's hometown, we might be that rich again.
Cool. What happened to the creepy bone lady?
She got dragged to hell.
Oh, that sucks.
Yeah.
I've been there. It's not a place you want to be.
What happens? I mean, why do you say that?
Well, usually if you get dragged there, you're not on the first level. The first level is about as far as I go. After that, it's a whole lot of torture and fire and devils, and it just gets weird.
Well, we're kind of planning on going there.
Wow. Well, if you make it to the first ring, come say hi.
Oh,
I have
are
a
you
shop
there?
on the.
Of course I have a shop on the first ring of hell. That's where visitors
That's-
go.
Sure, right.
It's
My
not-
mistake. I didn't remember that.
It's not like it's
In
off
history
limits
class.
or anything. They gotta do business somehow.
And fantastic.
It's not like we're actually looking to go there, though. I mean, I'm sure if you had loved ones there that were in prison, you'd probably go.
Probably.
So, a 9th level spell scroll, how much would that cost?
It depends on the spell.
So, we killed, Dormammu.
Wow.
Yeah, I had to end up using that spell scroll of invulnerability. So, I was looking for another one.
I could probably make you one, but it's gonna take at least a week or so.
I don't know if we have that long. And besides, you haven't told me the price.
Oh. It'd probably be like somewhere in the round of like 40 to 50,000.
Oh, I don't have that.
I guess you gotta start saving.
Yep. Anyone else need anything here then?
Really?
You don't do potions by chance, right, Nettie?
Not unless you pull them out of the box.
Figured. Alright.
Pretty sure the person next to me sells potions, though.
Yep. That's what we were told. I mean, you would recommend that we do buy, like, potions of fire resistance for hell, right?
I mean, I kind of figured that was self-explanatory.
Well, you've been there, I haven't, so that's why I'm asking.
I mean, the first level, you're probably alright. You'll get hot. But you go much deeper than that, yeah, you're probably going to want some of those.
What about ice?
What about it?
I mean, have you ever heard the term when hell freezes over? Is there ice down there?
Nope. You
Oh.
pull out a piece of ice, it just turns into steam.
Oh. I imagine that could hurt then.
Yep. That's why you don't want to open a coffee shop down there.
But your coffee would always be hot.
Yeah, but you couldn't steam anything.
Oh. You steam coffee?
You have a lot to learn.
Yeah, I don't make coffee. Did you know that, Lalia, since you did the cooking for dinner?
We don't drink coffee in the Feywild. It's a terrible idea to give centaurs caffeine.
Oh. Noted. Well, I think we're gonna head next door.
Alrighty.
Purchase some potions.
Yep. And you guys can use the Puck's Potions list. They will have the maximum per day. You can take whatever you would like off of that. They certainly have potions of fire resistance.
So,
I mean, I'd buy some, but I'd say I'll buy like one.
Cool.
I suppose, because I already have the armor that makes me immune to fire. So
You got it.
Show off.
fire, cold, lightning. Fire, cold, lightning, acid. Sure, we'll buy two each of those. So fire, lightning, acid, cold. 200 each, so 400 times 4. Actually, wait. Yeah, 400 times 4. So 1,600. Cool.
Any other shopping or needs that you guys want to accomplish in town today?
I will be looking for a bookshop, and when I get to that bookshop, I will be specifically looking for happy books, because Zanzibar said that was a good idea.
Make an investigation check.
Oh, dear God. Can I switch to therapy for a second?
Nope.
Oh, that's not bad. 15.
Okay. Depending on your definition of happy, you find a myriad of things ranging from like children's books to a bunch of fantasy and fiction to even like comics, some of which are funny, some aren't. Up
Fair
to
enough.
some like rom-coms in the like young adult and adult sections, and some light comedies and things of that nature. So just about anything you'd want to pick up.
Wonderful. I will grab a mix of the variety and a little bit of one of each. I will think to myself, I should probably ask Nettie if she has a second bag of holding. And then that'll be my shopping.
Cool. She can sell you a second bag of holding if you want.
Okay.
Price of that is inconsequential at the moment. That's pretty cheap for you guys.
Sounds good. I'll literally name it Jennifer's book bag.
Cool. Anybody else?
Well, I have 8 things of holy water. I don't know if you guys wanted any holy water or whatnot. Of course, I think that's more undead and less demon.
Very true.
Ooh, we should probably get some scrolls of Revivify, because I've only got one left and Mink got one.
Oh, don't worry, I'm stocked.
Oh, okay, good.
Anything else?
Did we
No,
ever, Bink, are you carrying around the manacles? The, dimensional shekel things or whatever?
Pink.
I don't know if Bink has those or not. I would assume so. Somebody has them.
Has what?
I'm pretty sure
dimensional
someone
shackles.
picked them up.
Wait. What? No, two of you spoke at the same time, so I don't know what you just said.
Go ahead, Connor.
The dimensional shackles. Do you have those?
That should be me. Let me double check. I think. Yep, I have dimensional shackles.
Okay, good. I couldn't remember if we picked those up or not.
I was like looking through, so I wasn't sure, but I found them. Yeah.
Awesome. As far as potions go, I've got one healing blue superior, and then two greater, and 6 regular. So
I think I
Basically,
have
I'm
a similar
just-
stack.
okay, good.
It's like, why do I only have one? 'Cause
I have 5 regular, 3 greater, and 1 superior or supreme.
Gotcha. Okay. So I guess we're good on supplies.
When did you hear Bink?
No.
I said confidently, and I got nothing.
Oh no.
Well, maybe you should pick some up.
Do some shopping, Bink.
Hey. And what would they have in shop?
It is Puck's Potions.
Potions with potions galore.
Let me pin that, since I don't think it was. Okay, yep, it is pinned in campaign info.
All right.
Awesome.
Let's see. Puck.
Yeah, and right now all
I'm
of
blind.
the,
I don't see it.
Well, you have to click.
Oh,
on
is it? Did
the
you? Oh,
pinned-
you pinned it. Wait,
Yeah.
is it like the most like the last pinned thing we've seen in 2020? 22.
Actually, I think it's at the top of the list now because it's the oldest thing that's been pinned.
Yeah.
Or maybe because it's the newest thing that's been pinned. Yeah, I think it's at the top of the list for you.
It's been so long.
Mhm.
Okay, so. There's still the potion of growth. Is that a thing still?
Yeah.
In the shop?
Absolutely.
Get a potion of growth. I'll get 5 superior healings.
You got it.
And I'll get 4 greater healings.
Cool.
Okay, I have no idea how much that is. I gotta do some quick math on my phone.
Yeah.
$6,630 gold. Okay.
Alright. Anybody else?
No, I'm good.
Alright, well. I think with that, you guys spend your evening shopping. Get some things out of the way, find some books, find some deals, put some things on hold at Nettie's, and eventually find yourself wandering back towards Zanzidar's home, sitting down and getting yourselves prepared for whatever's going to happen tomorrow. Wherever you're going, whatever experiences are waiting for you in hell, I guess. However you're going to get there or whatever it takes. So beyond that, I think we'll go ahead and call it for today. And we'll pick up here next week.
Wow.
Yeah.
Dun, dun,